Don't stop. Don't
Boxing, the Boxing Debate Arena. Anything goes. I guess anybody can join. We're on the BDA main Discord channel. Maybe I'll open the phone lines. We'll talk about anything and everything, and I want to have a debate. So let's debate. We already have people on Discord here.
What did he do?
Yo, we're live. We're live. Yeah, we're calling people. Yeah, we're ready to debate. Anything you guys want to talk about, we will talk about. And more. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Gene Ryu, Timothy Figueroa, Sargent, the Paracua, King KO, who else do we have erased? Who else? There's some other people here. Yeah, Gene Ryu, the one. All right. Let's get this. What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about anything related to boxing, obviously?
Oh, it wasn't anything related to boxing.
I was talking about history.
God damn it. We can start. Did you guys see the Josh Taylor fight?
Yep.
And thoughts? Retire? Yes or no?
Essamon put in work, and Josh Taylor needs to get back in the lab and recalibrate.
Yes, I agree with what Shreeman said.
I saw recalibrate.
Like kind of
kind of just like, I don't know, work on something like stamina. It didn't it seem like he fought really good in the first half and then just kind of shut it down in the second?
I mean, really good. He fought well.
Well, I wouldn't say really good. Like, he was exciting. You know, he was still like, there was a level of excitement. He was letting his hands go.
But why did he get tagged so easily, though?
That's the thing.
Was it that was? Do you guys think that was a stamina issue? I mean, definitely there was a. He looked tired.
Ring rust, man. It's ring rust.
Yeah, true. Could be. But
Asuman was all game. Asuman was all game. I'm not surprised with what happened.
well, so he underestimated somebody again, because that was the whole thing with Cotterill. Remember, that was the excuse. He underestimated him. Then there was the rematch, and he still lost the rematch.
Right.
And now we're saying that, oh, well, you know, this guy actually came to fight. So he wasn't prepared for that. Again?
Asuman was underestimated because on paper, he doesn't have the most exciting resume.
Yeah,
and a lot of people just looked at it as a walk in the park
I thought it was going to be
Taylor.
a walk in the park. I'm not going to lie. When I looked at the guy's record, one loss, like, I don't know, 2 years ago, 12-round unanimous decision loss, not a lot of power. I was like, these guys, they're giving him the softest possible opponent. And still, the guy struggled and lost. So I think he should retire. I posted a poll, and we had like 2,900 votes. I think 70% voted yes, he should retire.
I think he should just move up in weight and fight somebody he can't beat and, call it a paycheck.
Another thing, I think this fight was at welterweight, if I'm not mistaken. Was it, BDA?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
So
like,
that was the excuse before as well. He's struggling to make weight. Go ahead, BDA.
well, like LL says too, Taylor before pre-fight, when he was facing off with Assman after the weigh-in on Friday, he was talking crap again. He was talking smack. So this guy, whether he's fighting a nobody or whether he's fighting for the undisputed championship, he's always talking smack. Then he, by the way, credit to the Assman, because he was the older man, and yet he fought with more energy, with more abandon, more urgency, and so shout out to him. But I do think that there's something to be said about Taylor's decline. And by the way, LL, like LL said, he also, I don't know if you saw, there's a video of Taylor backstage pre-fight, I believe, and Sonny Edwards is sitting around there in the dressing room, and Taylor out of nowhere goes up to him and slaps him on top of the forehead.
What?
I don't know if that's how they horse around or something, but I don't know. It was just weird that he was bullying the much smaller guy. Then
he was trying to whack-a-mole. You know what I mean? It's whack-a-mole.
I mean, well, to be fair, yeah, Sonny Edwards does look like a mole a little bit. So who knows, man? But the thing about Taylor is, look, somebody then said on the Discord that it's pretty well known that Taylor likes high-paced living, if you know what I mean. He likes to have a little bit of the drink, a little bit of the Snow White, and those things will cause major decline. Jimmy was telling us off the air once that if you drink and get tipsy or something like that, you lose the gains that you made from the gym for a day. You lose that day if you get tips or something. If you get wasted, like completely hammered, you lose your week's gains. So all the work you did from that week, you lose it all if you get hammered. So imagine if Taylor's going out there every other Saturday or whatever weekend, getting shit-faced and doing the Snow White. That's going to kill your reflexes. And that's essentially what we've seen for the past 3 years since the first Catterall fight. He's just getting tagged with his shots, doesn't move the head, shit guard on top of that. I think that must have had something to do with it too. And so, Bucho, when you say he should retire, if he can't turn it around by stopping his behavior or alleged behavior, then yeah, maybe he should.
You get hit with one shot, you realize, okay, there's something wrong here. I'm going to start moving my head. You get hit once, not once, twice, 3 times in a row. Then that's
in a row.
You can see the punches coming.
And Assman was relatively quick for his age too. But I mean, Josh Taylor
36.
was in there again. 30? No, he was older than that, wasn't he?
Oh no. I think
like I said earlier, I believe that Josh Taylor needs to just move up in weight and, cash in a check. You know what I mean? He needs to cash in a check and retire. He needs to fight someone dangerous like Bakram Murtazaliev. And
world champion.
And I want to see him executed in front of everybody.
Oh, okay.
No, what the fuck?
At least you're being honest, because I was gonna say, what do you want him to die? And that's exactly what you want. Now, this guy 154. What are you crazy? No.
Yeah, tell Kynes, do you have something against Scottish people and his Celtic heritage?
No, it's just he's a dosser, bro. He's lost his initiative. He's snorted coke. He's gotten drunk.
Allegedly.
He's probably part of some weird shit up there going on in Scotland. Probably some of that Scottish Rite stuff, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
but he's a bum. He was a good fighter, but now a bum.
I don't like to use the word bum, but I do use it. And, I don't want to use it with Josh Taylor because he did accomplish a lot, I guess I would say, at 140. I mean, he was the lineal 140-pound champion at some point. And he didn't do it the Crawford way. But now he's washed. He should retire.
Hey, but remember what we were talking about?
Or he needs to go and fight bums. I mean, bums fight other bums for make a career out of it. So yeah.
But I think he lost his fan base because he didn't even stay after the fight. He left the ring apparently, and then the day after he told his fans that he was sorry for leaving. He was mad, he was angry or something. Blah blah blah. But I'm like, damn, he didn't even.
I heard he beat up Sonny Edwards after the fight to sort of like. I don't know. Hey, Canelo too beat up a midget. Remember that back in the day, back in the 2010s? That supposedly the rumor was that Archie Solis had banged his ex-girlfriend or something, and then So I mean, I forget if Archie Solis was with her before Canelo, and then Canelo learned about it and he hit him, and then he told his brother. Canelo told his brother, "Hey, take the fall for me. Tell the authorities that you hit him." And he's the money cat. He's a golden goose. So. His brother said, all right, you buy me a new, he probably said, buy me a new Mercedes, send me 100 large and then we'll talk.
But
no, come on.
That's how you do blackmail.
Exactly. Hey, listen, I don't know. I've heard that that's how it's done.
Cops. But, 100 grand. Yeah.
Send me, he didn't say 100 grand. He just sent me 100 large. They use slang. But it is interesting that Taylor looked bad, man, and this was supposed to be a tune-up fight against Assman, and the Assman ended up outworking him, outdogging him. Dare I say, out-Christianing him? And so what do we do now? I mean, what's next for Taylor? I used to say, look, I was very interested in that fight because I wanted to see how he looked at 147. Because a lot of people believe that, hey, maybe that's why he started looking bad at 140. He was training too much to make weight. Now he's fighting at 147, and he looked the same. He looked as bad as he did at 140 in recent years, so he can't use the weight as an excuse anymore.
It seemed like he just stopped looking. Oh, sorry, Bucha.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know. It seems like for a while he just stopped living the life of a fighter. I remember I was looking at his record, when he was on that crazy run where it was like, I think the opponent combined record was like 127-1. And then I started looking through that, and you see, like, right at like 2020, his activity just drops off of a cliff, and he starts fighting one time a year. And I think that's really where the drinking started kicking off. Because you can do all that drinking and stuff as long as you're like still fighting. Like I heard Chavez wasn't even like the most disciplined guy outside of the ring. So, but if you're inactive, then that shit just starts to catch up with you way faster.
And here's another thing, like, Josh Taylor's pretty big for that weight. He always has been in terms of height. And even like you could tell by the width of his shoulders that it seems to me like he might have outgrown that weight class some years into it, and he just kept boiling down. How much does that take a toll on him too? With the drinking?
By the way, hold on. Maybe, right? Maybe he fucked himself over by trying to make weight. But is it? I'm curious. Is it confirmed that he lives a wild lifestyle? With the drinking and possibly the
who started this rumor?
A bunch of people on the Discord, and because there was a case a documented case where he got into it with a bouncer or something, some redheaded bouncer, and he called him a ginger cunt, That's how they do it in the UK. And I think he also made fun of an Asian guy.
Oh, well, that's acceptable, right?
No, come on.
Okay.
No, but I mean,
Like
he
a
got in
normal
trouble.
day in Europe, man. That's what that sounds
Yeah,
like.
exactly. Yeah, well, people are seeing the chat or joking around that maybe he's the guy who was in the
it's
car
part of the
earlier.
vocabulary. It's not even offensive, bro.
I mean, I don't know. It could have been a bunch of things, but one thing's for sure that's not up for debate is that the guy, he looks done, man. He looks like, but I don't think he's shot, because if he was shot, he would have gotten dominated by Assman. But the fact that he still lost and he got out hustled and couldn't turn it on.
Who was Assman? We gotta look into this. Who was he?
Assman put in work. I mean, the resume, people underestimate him because of the resume, and yeah. He put in work on Taylor and shut everyone up.
All right, let's move on. Who else fought?
Wait. Hold on. Why does Bucho? Why does Telkines keep saying he put in work like he's a prisoner or something? Like he's part of a prison gang. Like, hey, you gotta put on work, Wood. You gotta put on work, dude, Wood.
It's part of la onda.
I'm just joking. I'm trolling with a little bit of the LDBC rhetoric.
Ah, okay. Genius. That's genius, by the way. Now that I get it, that's genius, man.
Amazing.
That's gold, Jerry. Gold. Yeah.
Moses, the prophet, he fought the next Mike Tyson, they call him over there in the UK, right? Yeah, I saw a tweet.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Vucho, somebody in the chat named The Breeder says, fuck that Mick. He's not a Mick. He's
I don't even think you can call them Mick.
Fuck that. All right, sorry.
What was it saying? Moses. And I saw a tweet that says, Moses is now 20 years old and 6 months. How the fuck you say that shit? Anyways, so he can no longer break Tyson's record. And I'm like, was he even supposed to? Were they expecting him to break Mike Tyson's record of becoming the youngest heavyweight champion? Man. What the fuck?
It's the UK. They got high expectations over there.
That's not gonna happen.
Well, not anymore.
He's only 19.
Fighter, it'll happen. It'll happen in good time, but I'm not for sure if he'll beat the clock.
Let me ask you.
I mean, also, Mike Tyson was just not only, a heavyweight champ. He was the heavyweight champ because he was the undisputed.
Yeah, at 21.
Yeah, and the thing is, as much as they're trying, anybody who is like, a teenager around heavyweight, they always trying to push that shit. Oh man, can he break the Mike Tyson record? That puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on these guys.
Well, I gotta say, man, he did look good. He looked good. He looked very mobile and strong in there and sharp with the counter punching. Well, I mean, he initiated the action and dropped his opponent, and then he could also drop him by countering. So he's got a bunch of dimensions to him. The interesting thing though is he's 6 feet 2.5 inches tall. So as far as heavyweights go,
oh wow,
yeah, I mean, fucking Usyk is taller than the guy. Opetaya is taller than the guy. So it's going to be interesting. Is he going to be able to compete with these modern heavyweights at that height?
Wait, hold up. You mean to tell me that
not all boxers? I mean, you got Ajit Kabiel that's also around this height as well, and he beats up on bigger guys all the time.
He's the next generation of heavyweights. Back to the quick, mobile heavyweights.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was just talking about Ajit, the quick, mobile heavyweight.
So you mean to tell me that he's the same size as Benavidez?
You know what? Hey, that's true. Yeah, he is. Same height, thereabouts.
I think this renaissance of small heavyweights that are fast. Maybe
I think Benavidez walks around the same weight.
Probably. No, but Opetaya as well. I mean, if he moves up in weight, he's bringing that around the same height, and he's bringing speed. So.
Like, I bet my bottom dollar right now that Benavidez is close to 200 pounds right now.
Did you say you bet your bottom?
My bottom dollar.
You bet your ass is what you're saying?
Tranquilo,
EDA, where do you get these ideas from? Where do you get these
I'm
ideas
asking, he said something, Fight Sports Star, he said something. I just wanted to clarify whether he said that or not.
No, I'm clarifying it.
Exactly, there you go. No harm, no foul.
I heard you guys talking about heavyweights. Are you talking about Joseph Parker or?
No, we're talking about
No.
Moses.
I reckon Italma should fight Jared Anderson.
Why?
You know what? That's actually a good. Because the thing is,
Because-
Anderson has to do something, right? So might as well.
Yeah, I don't think Anderson's going to do anything. I did a video on this after the Bacoli fight. This guy's pretty much a hype train or a hype job. Italma needs to work his way up. He's not going to beat Mike Tyson's record, so no reason to rush it. And Anderson, he's a step up. And as much as Anderson's not really a fighter, he is a good athlete.
No, I agree with that. And the thing is, one of the things about Anderson, he's a good fighter. The problem is he never stepped up from a certain level. And for example, like the fight previous from the one he got knocked out, he got a what was it, the Franklin or whatever? The guy who walks in-
he got like Riyad Mary, I think, before that fight. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I remember he fought somebody that
Martin?
I remember he fought somebody that he actually struggled a lot. Like he got hit. He got hit with a couple like sweet left hands that he was like stumbling all around.
Yeah.
That if it wasn't because it was the last round, he would have get knocked out. And
You're talking about the Charles Martin.
Jermaine,
fight,
Who's purple?
no, Charles Martin.
yeah. And the thing is, from
Martin-
that point, from that point, if Charles Martin wouldn't be, I don't know, like maybe 4 years younger, he would have beat his ass. Because the thing is, that's the only advantage that he has over him. And one of the mistakes that he never corrected is the reason why he got knocked out against Bacoli, because he was leaning back instead of stepping back when he was dodging the punches. And the thing is, as soon as you saw he struggle, you should have at least given some more guys around that level, veteran guys that are about to retire. But he never got fit. He never got fit those guys. He was got fit these guys coming up from like cruiserweight and like, super middleweight and shit like that. Like he looked like he was fighting some bouncers around that time. So he has still got time. He's still hella young, but the thing is, mentally, he's never been there. I think he's how he looks right now. I think that will be the future for Tank Davis. Front runner that he got shut down at the end.
Well,
All right.
we don't know about Tank Davis. We'll see how Tank responds with the Rotary match. But yeah, Anderson, the warning signs were there well before he lost to Bacoli. Like against Charles, Martin got off the couch. For those who don't know, Martin got off the couch to replace somebody. I don't know who he was going to fight. And no training camp whatsoever. All he did was he just kept moving his head from side to side. Anderson couldn't hurt him once. And Martin popped him with several left hands. And like you said, if he had any decent training, he probably would have knocked Anderson out. Anderson wins by decision. And he runs to his mum and starts crying hysterically. Like it was just weird. And yeah, Anderson, what was really weird after the fight, he kept doing interview after interview after interview saying, I don't want to fight for any world titles. I want to retire before I'm 28 or 27. I forget how old it was. He was saying, I don't enjoy the sport. I just want to make some money and get out early. Like he was giving you every indication that he doesn't want to be a boxer. So, I think Bacoli just made it easier for him. He's like, okay, you don't want to be in the sport. You don't want to take it seriously. Here's a going away present.
All right, guys.
To be honest with you, on a quick note, I think that Bacoli was going to tear Jared Anderson's head off when he was dancing like a faggot in front of at that press conference. And I knew at that moment when they had a face-off that Bacoli was going to rip his head off.
All right, guys. Okay, do we have any controversial topics? Let's make it controversial. I might even open the phone line so we get something controversial going.
Let's get racial.
Let's get racial as well. Anything, man. Anything.
I've got one controversial topic.
What's that?
Well, this is not controversial, but it's real. Is it Ray Mercer that knocked out Tommy Morrison?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my thing is that event turned off white America from boxing. They said, "Fuck this shit." I'm dead ass.
Time ago, man. Come on.
Bro, they saw this big what they were promoting as alpha, right? Because look, before he was a champion, he already had the Rocky movie, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like he was like a tall, strong, like bulky white guy ripping through shit, taking people's heads off. He comes across some military dude, gets his head taken off, and white America said, "Fuck this! It's the NFL, it's the NBA." These are back.
Oh, come on, man. What?
I've got one controversial topic. Gennady Golovkin is not a top 10 all-time great middleweight.
Oh, I'm making a video about Golovkin right now.
He is like for what reason is he not a top 10 middleweight?
Didn't beat any great fighters. Barely beat other world champions who were good.
Good topic.
Jacobs fight was extremely close. I thought he beat Jacobs, but only just. Derevyanchenko, he got a robbery win. Derevyanchenko beat him that night. And other than that, you have to go to guys like Martin Murray or Gabe Rosado and William, what's that kid's name? Willie Monroe Jr. and David Lemieux. These guys weren't Ryota Murata. These guys weren't anything special. And it's not all Golovkin's fault because he was avoided for like over half a decade, but there are some guys he could have fought and he didn't. So it's just, I'm not putting it all down to Golovkin. People are going to hate me for this because I'm just going to say it. Okay. After the second fight with Canelo, he signs with DAZN. He didn't fight Jamal Charlo, and
oh my God,
Demetrius Andrade called him out for 2 years and he never answered. Sorry.
So two fighters that suck.
I mean, seriously, where is Charlo right now?
Charlo is also a joke.
So why did he need to fight a joke?
Well, at the time, Jamal Charlo beat Derevyanchenko far more decisively than Golovkin did. I mean, Golovkin got a robbery win. Charlo actually looked good that night. Charlo's turned out to be a joke, but I'm just saying. You mentioned controversial topic, BDA.
Yeah.
So I just said Golovkin, great fighter, but still not a top 10 all-time great.
Can you even name like 10 great middleweights?
I'm not a historian. I'd like to know who these top 10 middleweights are. I know, like,
Marvin,
not Leonard. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Marvin Hagler, Carlos Monzon, Bernard Hopkins, Michael Nunn, Julian. Gerald McClellan because of his wins over Julian Jackson.
I don't know what that means.
I would also say you put James Toney and Roy Jones.
Hell fucking no.
Yo, Roy Jones. What did Roy Jones at middleweight? Roy Jones didn't really do that much at middleweight.
He didn't do shit at middleweight. Or 154.
They still beat elite fighters more than Golovkin did.
No, Golovkin beat contenders nonstop, and he knocked them out. They were contenders. Now, okay, let's go through Golovkin's record. Like, all right, somebody might say, "Who the fuck?"
Wait, hold on. Are we sure that? Because the thing is, I get it. Roy is an all-time great, but if you're gonna nitpick his resume, he also has.
Okay, can I finish the list? Because I just got through.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we'll leave Jones and Toney off the list. So right now, I'll go Hagler, Carlos Monzon, Bernard Hopkins, and okay. Here's the rest of the list. Harry Greb, Sugar Ray Robinson, who did fight at middleweight. You have to put them there. And people are going to say I'm trying to be a
The thing is, hold on. Let me say something real quick. The thing is, it's kind of unfair when you put names like that because there were no career middleweights as Golovkin was. So you have to put people that were career middleweights. Not like people that just be there for a minute and, because they were great fighters, but I don't really think they had like nothing in a middleweight. A middleweight is a really hard weight class to pick things like that, because it's more like like where people meet from lower weight classes. So it's kind of hard. But go ahead. Well, I'm not refusing your point. I'm just
Yeah, no, fair point. I mean, I'm not saying 100% Golovkin's garbage. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying BDA mentioned controversial topics, and that was just something that came to mind.
Yeah.
But I would also say,
I got you.
I think Okay, I thought I would say Michael Nunn also has to be there. You do have to go back, I think, to Harry Greb and
No, but
again,
Michael
Robinson. I
Nunn,
understand what.
Michael
Yeah.
Nunn didn't spend enough time to like have like a middleweight career, so it's kind of unfair. You know what I mean?
No, he spent a good enough time
I
at middleweight,
just-
but he didn't really do a lot at middleweight, to be
Well,
honest.
okay.
His best ones are like what? Frank Tate and Columbine.
Yeah, you would have put those like as a Lemieux on somebody else, you know?
Oh, can I say something
Wow.
about Bernard Hopkins? We're talking about big wins. I mean, I think Bernard Hopkins is considered one of the best middleweights because of the amount of title defenses that he had. But if you look at his biggest wins at middleweight, I would like Fight Sports to name me those big wins.
Okay, Oscar De La Hoya, his biggest win by far is Felix Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
There were smaller guys.
Yeah, those are guys moving up. By the way, those are guys moving up. The first I knew it. The first two names that you bring up are welterweights, or you know.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Didier, you asked me who are his
Bucho,
biggest
this is Bucho,
wins.
by the way.
Those. Bucho, sorry, my bad.
I was getting
I get you guys
racist.
mixed- you guys-
Go ahead.
I get you guys.
All
I get
Mexicans
you
are the
guys
same,
mixed
huh?
up because you both
Yeah.
start with B. You both start with B.
Yeah.
You asked me to
Mhm.
Butcho. You asked me to name his biggest wins, and I just gave you his two biggest.
Two
wins.
welterweights.
Okay, but Trinidad knocked out William Joppy before he fought.
Oh my
Hopkins.
goodness,
This wasn't
William
just.
Don't get me started with William Joppy.
Oh come
But anyways,
on!
all right, okay, he knocked
a
out
second.
William Joppy. Sure.
That's not enough
Okay,
for.
so-
I
be
would
better than
have liked to
Golovkin,
see
though.
Trinidad fight Keith Holmes instead of that small William Joppy. But anyways,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to talk you out of it, but
And I think, hold on, just to add to the point real quick. I promise, maybe just a second. With middleweights, I think it's more about the accomplishment than like the resumes when we
Right.
looked at it, because it's not really, again, there's not really many guys there throughout the history, because it's really hard to like find like people like in that mid road. You know what I mean? Because that's why it's called middleweight. Because that's like where everybody meets at. Like welterweights, everybody, when they like almost finish their careers, like Ray Leonard. But career middleweights, I would have put like McCallum. Maybe. Shit, it's really hard, man. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, career middleweights, and that's why I put in there Hopkins. I mean, Hopkins is definitely a career middleweight. And,
Oh, yeah, 'cause he
doesn't
has the
have
most
big
title
wins.
defenses.
I mean, he has that Trinidad win. I mean, that's probably his biggest win. But at the end of the day, the guy was a welterweight, and De La Hoya definitely a middle. I mean, if De La Hoya lost to Felix Stern, he should have lost to Felix Stern before he fought Hopkins. So that means that the guy shouldn't have ever been in the middleweight division. And then Hopkins loses to Jermaine Taylor twice. What does that tell you about? He was. It sounds like I'm taking away credit from Bernard Hopkins. No, he's a great middleweight, but because you Fight Sports mentioned big wins, what big wins did Golovkin had? Well, then I'm asking you, which big wins did Bernard Hopkins have? It was against welterweights. So we shouldn't only look at big fights. We should look at the title defenses as a
guys,
whole.
I'm getting a call. I'm gonna have to call back.
As I mentioned before,
All right. I'll see you. Yeah.
Oh, he left?
I think there's more of an argument that, Gennady Golovkin is anywhere from a top 5 to top 10 middleweight of all time.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, he's not.
That better than he's not. Like all-time great, I get it. Like, of course, he's not a top 10. But I would argue he's like a top, like a top 50, but not a.
I would just say
this
he's
is even
top legendary middleweight. I don't care about top 10, top 15, because I don't even know. But he had just the way he was fighting, the way he was dominating his opponents, and they were all contenders, top contenders, right? It wasn't like Wilder fighting guys who weren't even ranked. I mean, Golovkin was fighting guys that were ranked in the top 5, or mandatories.
I mean, as controversial as my sound, listen, I will put McCallum on top of Bernard Hopkins, just because he has more.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
At middleweight.
At middleweight.
Well, there's what do you like his skill set, right?
Oh, okay. If it's for that reason, I guess then actually I don't know if I put a skill set above.
No, because he also have like some good wins. You know, he got Julian Jackson. He had this underrated guy from Italy. I just forgot, but he had so many underrated wins. Just his career, he's like, in my opinion, one of the most underrated fighters of all time.
Well, the reason
but
why
those ones are at 54.
The reason why I would put Bernard Hopkins, Marvin Hagler, Triple G, Monzon, those type of guys over, let's say, Mike McCallum, I felt like they spent more time there. You know, they were more. Didn't McCallum? I want to say Mike McCallum. He did spend a significant time at middleweight, but he started at 154. I want to say.
Yeah, like 30 of his fights are 154.
That makes everything great, and like, you know, the wars he has with and that, in my opinion, he got robbed when he fought James Toney.
The first fight, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, we also have to remember he was, for the most part, the oldest guy in the ring, just like Hopkins, because he spent a lot of time fighting overseas, because he was fighting like in Europe and all those places until he came up, and in Jamaica.
Yeah. The body snatcher, bro. He was
bro.
I think skill-wise, he's up there amongst the best ever.
He's a very good example of how to move your head slot to slot, because he wasn't fancy. He wasn't like, you know, moving all around the ring and, you know, as PDA and Butcher like to say, shaking their asses and shit. He was just in front of you, walking you down, moving his head, and destroying you to your body. Bait you with his jab, pull you. Because he used to like do like a pull jab, like a pull counter, but he used to attack you to the body. He used to throw you like a lazy jab, and then pull and hit you to the body. And then when he started his relentless attack, and also he used to like place his head right on your chest and his arms like by your shoulders, so you're locked there. He was a master, man. Really, really underrated guy.
All right.
Since you guys brought it up, can I ask a question? Like, how do you guys view like James Toney, like actually as like a fighter in his career?
I think he would have done way more. His resume is kind of overrated, in my opinion, but skill-wise, man, that dude was legendary, dog. Like, and to be fair, how lazy his fat ass was, I think he got a lot of accomplished for how lackadaisical he was when it comes to like his training techniques and shit like that, because he always was like a lazy motherfucker.
He was, bro.
No, I'm asking because like I started looking through like I started seeing videos. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't looking through his career. I saw the videos from, I think it was Nordic Warrior and then Rich the Fight Historian. And after those videos, I honestly thought he's like, with his accomplishments, it doesn't like sound like this, but I feel like he's kind of closer to like, I don't want to say a journeyman status, but kind of just like a lower tier of like fighter. Like I feel like if he didn't have like cool little highlight tapes, we would be talking about him in a much different light than we are now.
Well, remember, he was a middleweight champion, then super middleweight, and then I believe
Cruiserweight.
Yes,
he beat Vasily Girov. Remember?
And then heavyweight when he beat John Ruiz, and then he got as an out contest because he got positive for science.
In terms of accolades, he's way bigger than a journeyman, right? Like journeyman.
He should have lost to Vasily Girov. Remember that one? That guy was the young Russian guy. I don't know where he was fucking from.
And that's what I mean, bro. Like if we go through the fights, like he should have lost to Girov.
No,
I thought he beat none. But
I don't think he should have lost to
Girov.
He should have fought Girov. He never fought him.
He should have.
Vasily Girov? Yeah, he did fight. He did.
He dropped him at the end. He dropped him in the last round. He got back up. But yeah, I think he was.
But which Girov?
He was old. Was Vasily Girov? No.
What's up, Jeff?
I thought
well.
Yeah, my bad. That was my.
When he fought Vasily Girov, he was already, I'm gonna say,
almost
past it.
Yeah, he was past it. I remember. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like when he got tired, he used to like lean on the ropes and shit.
Guys, I have a question for the panel. This is going back to the Golovkin-Hopkins debate. Now, you guys tell me, because this is where weight classes do come into play, and I think you guys would even know that you can be a better fighter than someone who's a better fighter than you at a certain weight class, because it's not their best weight. I would say that Golovkin, because a lot of people felt that Golovkin beat Canelo in the first fight. When you say that Canelo was a more skilled middleweight than De La Hoya and Trinidad were.
Yes. He was more of a threat.
Than De La Hoya and Trinidad.
More of a threat than
At middleweight.
at middleweight.
At middleweight, yeah, of course. Yeah,
He
because
was more of a
Trinidad
threat
didn't do
than
anything.
De La Hoya.
When you say that, a lot of people felt that Golovkin beat Canelo at middleweight is not a better win than both the Trinidad and De La Hoya wins by Hopkins.
Good point.
Now
No,
I
but
have
when
another question.
when it comes to Hopkins, again, it's the 16 title defenses, the longevity.
Well, I would say this. Canelo at middleweight was definitely more of a threat than De La Hoya was.
Oh yeah, come on. De La Hoya lost to Felix Stern.
Yeah, he was definitely more of a threat than that guy was.
Now Trinidad, I recognize he's a Puerto Rican. Trinidad middleweight. What's his legacy at middleweight? I mean, he has no legacy at middleweight.
I mean, okay, so
I don't think he belonged there.
He beat William Joppy, who was the same size as him.
Yeah. So do you agree that he didn't belong at middleweight?
Well,
He
at
didn't belong in
that time, you had Bernard Hopkins, right? So Bernard Hopkins was the king. He was a bigger man than him, and he only had 2 fights. So the William Joppy, a guy who's just as big as him, who he's just as big as, and then he fought a bigger middleweight and he lost, and he got thoroughly outboxed. So
He fought Wiki Wright, I think.
And then years later he fights Winky Wright and pretty much gets shut down. I think
it's equivalent to like what? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'll just say I think that Canelo at middleweight is more of a threat than both of them. Than both those two.
Well, it's just like who's more of a threat at 175, Canelo or Beterbiev?
Beterbiev. Yeah.
Beterbiev. So Biv wouldn't going back compared to Dimitri Bivol. Isn't a better win for Bivol at 175 is Beterbiev, not Canelo, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know. There's people that think that Canelo's his biggest win. I think they're crazy.
Yeah, Beterbiev's definitely much bigger threat, especially at that weight class.
But by the way, I think Canelo hits harder than Trinidad at 160.
Yeah, that was more of his. That was
I wouldn't be surprised just because he's bigger.
Mm-hmm.
The Trinidad he wasn't even hurting Bernard Hopkins. I mean, he dropped Joppy, but Joppy had no defense. He was letting his chin in the air. When it came to Bernard Hopkins, he wasn't doing it shit. He kind of looked flabby. And then,
in De La Hoya at middleweight, I mean, he was like De La Jelly. I mean, he was fat at that.
He even worse than Trinidad at middleweight. Like,
Yeah.
The funny thing is, he even looked worse, in my opinion, against what's his name, Winky Wright, because like nothing was going in.
But that was after the layoff and everything. That was the comeback era of Trinidad. That doesn't even count for me. That never happened.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
No, Trinidad should have, after Bernard Hopkins, he fought Kassim Sharifi or something, and then he retired. I think that was the perfect thing.
I think he went as far as light heavyweight. I think he
fought Roy Jones. Remember? I don't know what weight that was. I forgot. But
170 that weight.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
168, you mean?
No, yeah,
was it catch weight? I don't know. It was. That doesn't count.
I think you guys would definitely agree that Trinidad and De La Hoya, their worst weights were at 160. That's where they were just totally outclassed. They were fat.
Yeah, De La Hoya even at 150. De La Hoya even at 154 wasn't even that strong. De La Hoya at 154 wasn't. Trinidad still had the power of 54, obviously.
Now, quick question, guys. As a super middleweight, how you would rank ¿cómo se llama este maricón? Andre Ward.
Oh.
3.
Well, see, 160.
Hold on. I will say he's a top 10, but where in the top 10 do you guys will place it?
What's the history of the 168 division? To be honest,
it's not that long though, but you still have like good, exciting fights in there. It's like one of the most underrated.
Okay, is he better than Nigel Benn?
Yes.
He would clinch a decision.
Is he better than Chris Eubanks Senior?
Yeah.
Yes, as well.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what you got to ask yourself, right? Is he better than Joe Kawasaki?
No, he's
No.
yeah, that's,
Oh hell no.
He better than Roy Jones at 168.
No.
No.
I don't know.
I would say no.
What's this deal
Last
about Roy
rookie
Jones
match.
being that overrated? I mean, I understand at some point he was fighting subpar opposition, whatever, but skill-wise, the athletic, I don't like this word, but the athleticism that he had was out of this world. And he had power.
Yeah.
He had power.
Mhm.
So,
His power was.
come on, to say that this guy was overrated or something was a bomb because he never fought
Would you guys
Mikoszewski.
put,
I don't even know what Mikoszewski was. Why didn't he fight Mikoszewski? I mean, sure, he didn't want to go to Europe, but why didn't Mikoszewski go to the U.S.?
Who knows?
I swear Chief talked about this like a while ago, and he said something like they had a plan for him to go to the U.S., but then an opponent dropped out, and then he said, all right, I'm not fighting this opponent right here, and then he had to go back, and it just didn't work out. But he did make an attempt to fight in the U.S.
I don't know. This
Nah, but at the time also Roy Jones was killing it, man. Like, you know, he was like doing shows, you know, he was like rapping on his way to the ring and shit like that. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
He was feeling himself.
And then the worst decision he ever made was to go back down to 175 after moving up to heavyweight. That ruined his body.
In my opinion, and I think a lot of people would share the same thing with me. If he would retire right when he would have beat
John Ruiz,
Quiet Man Ruiz, I think he would have considered without a doubt the best fighter of all time.
he would have been up there.
From 154 all the way up to heavyweight. I mean, shit.
Yeah, because you really never
That
seen
shit's
him
never
hold
ever
it.
heard. That shit's never ever heard on. You know.
Nope.
Because like his
Like
only
Michael Nunn
loss
did it.
was,
Like Michael Nunn did it, but it was like from 168, I think, or 160 that he started it. Because Michael Nunn did it.
What did what?
Another really underrated guy, Michael Nunn.
No, what did he do? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, any clarification?
Michael Nunn?
Yeah.
What did he do?
Dude, he moved from like 168 all the way up to heavyweight. He won titles there, man. What the fuck you mean?
No, he didn't.
Are you
I don't
sure?
think so. Nah, he didn't.
Oh, sorry, Michael
I
Moore.
know-
Sorry.
Okay,
Michael Moore. I
okay,
was
yeah.
thinking Michael, you
Oh.
were right, Michael.
No,
I was
sorry,
like,
my bad.
I remember him losing at light heavyweight.
Michael Moore, yeah.
But yeah, like Roy Jones at that time, his only loss was by DQ to Montel Griffin. So yeah, like no one ever really beat him at that time. So
When I
he
gave
had
him
no.
open to Montel Griffin.
And that DQ, bro, he actually knocked him out too. Like,
Yep.
I think he hit him when he actually kneeled. Like, he kneeled, and then, you know, I think he hit him like at the same time. But the thing is, Roy Jones was so fucking quick, bro. Like he probably hit him right before he hit the mat, but it looked that like, you know, he hit the ground, and you know you can hit somebody once they, like, you know, hit the ground or something.
I'll give him the Terry Norris treatment.
No, but the next fight, man, he knocked him out for real. Like,
Oh yeah.
smoked his ass. Like,
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see that level of athleticism again in boxing. That was just a once in a generation. Pure athleticism,
He
crazy.
said
I mean,
that he
also,
learned
you
that
know,
he said he learned that style of boxing watching Roosters. Yeah. I was like, what the
Dude,
fuck?
dude, he's a fucking campesino, man. Like, he's
He is.
a-
He's from
fucking
Florida,
farmer, dog.
campesino from Florida.
no, like his town, like Pepsi Cola. That shit is like far fucking away, bro. It's just like if you think Tampa is a farm, man, you have to see that fucking town.
Yeah, I've been there. It's
Especially
there's
like in the
nothing there.
Is
90s.
it?
There's
Like, bro,
nothing
that shit
there,
was
bro.
like just like tractors, you know.
Yeah, it sounds like it looks like you're in the fucking South, bro.
No, oh yeah, there you go.
Well, you're in the South.
But does Roy's
Yeah.
resume like hold up like over time, like realistically? Because I've seen like a lot of criticisms for it. Because, you know, Tony wasn't really all that. He fought Hopkins pretty early in Hopkins' career before he was, you know, Hopkins that we see now.
Mm-hmm.
No, but
And
they
then-
rematch it.
No, they didn't. Oh no, they did rematch for Hopkins.
Yeah, but
And
that
he lost.
doesn't count. That doesn't count. It was Roy Jones was already. That was post Roy Jones getting knocked out multiple times.
No, but the thing is, also at the time, a super middleweight, it wasn't like it wasn't like a crazy weight class either.
Nah, there were people
trying to,
there.
like, yeah, there were people there, but like when you know, like a weight class need a lot of help, it's like when they always make an effort to put on the Super 6. When saying weight classes, sometimes they need a push, like the cruiserweight division when Cruiser was there, the super middleweight division twice in the Super 6. When Inoue was flyweight, I think he was. Like, those divisions sometimes they need a little push in the media, and after that, they, as you see, they kind of sort of independent. Whatever that division is, they kind of sort of like bring kind of money with one or two.
Super 6 series where we're never had to compete at. What division that is? I always forget the name of it.
No, Super 6 is depends because they can put any weight class there. Because I know
but
one.
the Navarrete division would be fun because Oshika's there, him,
Yeah,
Roach is there. That would be a really good tournament.
hell yeah. I would have loved, man, if they do that like once a year.
They don't do it because the problem is that they realize that like a lot of promoters will just like not bring their fighters to it. Like you talked about super middleweight, but remember the one that Callum Smith won? What's his name? Plant and Benavidez were around that exact time, and neither of them wanted to show up. So
Zerto was another one that didn't go. Zerto,
yeah,
too.
no, but no. Here's the thing, though. A lot of times you're not getting the invite just because you're not really ranked or not high enough between those rankings with the belts. Because it's not like undisputed on all of them. Maybe it's one belt or maybe two. Or maybe they give you the lineal champ. But the thing is, it's only like one or two belts, maybe three. But the thing is, if you don't rank high enough in those particular rankings, like you kind of screw. And unfortunately, Benavidez, since he was kind of locked with the WBC, and he never wanted to like fight anybody for real, so that's why he never ranked higher in any other like sanctioning body. That's why he never was the mandatory of anybody. Every time he wanted to fight somebody, like for example Plant, it was over word of mouth. I never got to nothing. Like if you peep, he never was like forced to like fight for another belt.
Yeah, but then they go by Ring Magazine rankings for the what's it called, the Muhammad Ali Trophy. I don't think they went by belt.
But they'll also give you a belt, so you have to rank into that belt. Like last time it was WBA, and also you got a ranking in WBC. You have like the diamond belt, which is like the pretty much you can challenge for the belt immediately. So he had the lineal, that WBC belt, and the full WBA belt when Callum Smith won. That's why like when he fought Canelo, it was for the vacant WBC belt.
Yeah, I think he was just being a pussy. He's ranked 1 here.
Who?
Benavidez, yeah, rank 1.
Now?
No, before 2019. David Callum Smith ring before it came in. Benavidez 1, Gilberto Ramirez 2, Caleb Plant 3, Andre Durrell 4, and the only person I saw that showed up to that was Callum Smith.
Yeah, Ramirez was the WBO champion, and he.
Because the thing is, you also have to fight somebody to get in as well.
Yeah, but yeah,
so
you
he didn't do that shit. Because the thing he didn't want to do that shit either. So that's his fault to be pitched.
But yeah, that's why they don't have it though, because you can't have these tournaments around, and you have all these promoters and their guys.
It happens, man. It happens. Yes, it happens like every 2-3 years.
I don't think they have them anymore though. Like I think the last one I saw, or at least the last one I think that existed, was unfortunately for the women's division.
Yeah, there you go. Because they're trying to push that black hole of a sport. Female boxing. Well, anyhow. So how would you how you were ranked Jamar Charlo in the all-time of 154s? That would be actually a hard question, right?
Okay. No, I was thinking about it a little bit, but I would say
really?
Honestly, I think he's gonna be a lot lower than people think, because 154 is a much more talented division than people would probably realize.
Yeah, the pool is bigger because you have actually Prime De La Hoya in there.
Prime?
Hell yeah. 154, 147? Hell yeah.
I would say so, because he's not better than Terry Norris. He's not better than McCallum. You can't say that he's better than... I don't know. No, yeah, you can't say he's better than Jackson.
No, but like better. But the thing is, unfortunately, I have to go by resume and accomplishments.
No, even with that. Because
the thing is, as a talented guy, as a middleweight, the best I ever seen was Dimitri Pirog, which was the guy who knocked out Daniel Jacobs.
That was a
Like
60.
yeah, 160. No, but that's what I'm saying. The best middleweight I ever seen with my own eyes was him. But
Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying.
well, unfortunately, you know, he never got far with his career. He had like back problems, so he had to retire young.
Didn't he blow out a disc during training camp in the lead up to the Golovkin fight?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that sucks, dude. I would have liked to seen Dimitri Pirog, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Si, senor.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen him against, you know, like Triple G. Of course, that would have been an interesting fight, knowing that Dimitri's style and his defensive mastery, which really
That was
don't
his
see any
nickname. That was his nickname, the Grandmaster.
Grandmaster. Very fitting. I would like to see that style up against, you know, like a Canelo, a Triple G, and some of the other middleweights around that time period. But unfortunately, it was never meant to be.
All right, are we getting controversial here? That's the whole point.
What?
Controversial.
not
We
yet.
need controversy.
No, it's
here.
a
We need
gentleman's talk,
controversy.
man. I mean, come on.
We've been like very
Jesus.
soft milk toast.
What the fuck? What are we talking about? I just came back. I made some more popcorn. We
Yeah,
have
we need controversy.
We're
Desmond
talking about
G.
the weather.
Baggins.
We're talking
Desmond
about the
G.
weather.
Baggins. You want to say something?
I was already saying something about Dimitri Pirog.
Oh, what about him?
No, I would have liked to have seen him fight if it weren't for the back injury. Seen him fight more of his middleweight contemporaries besides Daniel Jacobs.
Well, remember the that was
Shoulda, would have.
remember the fight that was confirmed was Golovkin and Pirog, and then that's when Pirog retired. So yeah,
Because he
that was
had blown out a disc in his back.
What about Edwin Valero? What could have been?
oh that was the guy that
he
beat
was
killed him,
I
right?
think he always I think he always was on the overrated.
Yeah. Your best one of your career is DeMarco.
We'll never
of all
know.
things.
And people
No, I
kept saying,
mean there was a lot of there were a lot of factors. I mean there were rumors also like Pacquiao ducked him, but also he has a whole bunch of problems with visa, like with his visa, because he was only allowed to fly like to Japan and all countries like that before they gave the rule of you know of you can have like a criminal record or some shit. But because the thing is, the dude was a hothead, you know, and also he had like a really bad motorcycle accident. After that, nobody wanted to sign him because at first Tom Brank throwing a bone, but then after that, you know, had a motorcycle accident. He had like I think that was like the beginning of his mental problems. Because even with money, he was start like stealing and, you know, robbing people and shit like that. Like even with like millions of dollars. But the thing is, nobody wanted to sign him. Wanted to sign him. Nobody wanted to deal with his hot head. So Oscar De La Hoya throwing a bone, and that's how, like, you know, I think he became a champ. He was able to travel, you know, and then he went back to his country because he's scared and his daughter, and, you know, that's how she wrote.
Yeah, too bad. What happened?
Did he kill his wife after that or something?
Well, he killed himself. He killed his wife.
That's the story.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he killed himself in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
beat
killed
the
his
shit
wife
out
and
of his
hung
wife.
himself.
But he used to beat the living shit out of his wife all the time.
Well, this is nothing uncommon. These boxers, they're always like beating their wives and stuff. Floyd,
That's how he got those sparring rounds in.
Yeah, that's how you warm up before you go into the gym, man.
it's a
Sweet
warm
training
up.
partner, dude.
Yeah.
We're gonna get demonetized here on YouTube.
We said
Everything I'm saying is alleged.
Controversy. Something controversial, guys, about a current boxer.
The only controversy right now is like the Crawford and Canelo stuff, if I'm being honest. That's literally it. Everything else been pretty
What's going on with that? Like, is it happening? I heard
controversial
some
about
rumors
that?
that it's not happening, but then the Ring
I don't
just
think- I don't-
posted a video, like a preview video. So
I don't really think it's any controversy. I think it's like their fans. It's more like divided in that particular way. I think the media is doing like their job because I don't really think a lot of the fighters actually, you know, believe a lot of their picks. They're just saying it because they generate clicks, and probably before like they turn the cameras and they'll be like, "Hey, Usyk, can you say you pick Crawford real quick? Just do it for me, please." I was like, "Yeah, okay."
What about the outcome of the fight? I'm starting to see a lot of people pick Crawford now. They're even professional, like what's his name? I think the Atlas picked Terence Crawford. Timothy Bradley did as well. What's going on with these people? What's going on?
Atlas
No, I think this is my theory a lot of times. I think gambling is being so deep into like the media, because if you see, gambling is everywhere now, and I think that's like their way to balance the odds, for the casinos, because then it won't make any sense. If you from a promotion company,
so what, are they paying Teddy Atlas or something, or how are they?
But that's just just like
not Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas actually genuinely hates Canelo. He picked Jamal Charlo to beat him.
No, since that first Triple G fight, yeah, he hates his ass.
I remember that. I remember that because I used to watch.
You remember what is it when he made his prediction for the Jermel Charlo one? He said that all Canelo's going to need help from his friends, like to pay off the judges for that fight. Yep. He said something like that, so I'm like,
really? He didn't say that.
Yeah, he probably.
Yeah, he did on one of his prediction videos. He said that he thinks that Canelo is going to need some help from the judges for that fight. It's going to be a close fight. That's what he said.
Yeah, I remember when he said that shit.
Holy shit. Okay, let's discount. What about Timothy Bradley, though? Timothy Bradley speaking Canelo Alvarez to beat Terence Crawford.
Yeah, isn't that funny? When it wasn't signed, he had Crawford winning. Now that it's signed, now he changed his tune. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, but
a bunch of people are fans.
It's not a secret that El Mayate ese, he hates all like low key. He hates all the Hispanic fighters when you lose that.
Interesting.
It was like, yeah, he's a good. He's like Mayweather, yeah, he's a hell of a fighter, but he's a right user. Or he give you like a compliment, and then like all of a sudden he's just like rock dogging you all over the ground.
Hell of a fighter. He got no idea.
And when he wrong, I remember like he had an interview and they're asking about like Canelo and Crawford, and he went to the lens. Bujo, to the lens to be picking like, yeah, but Crawford doesn't eat beef. Canelo eat beef. He take care of himself 24/7, man, 24/7. He doesn't even eat rice, man. No, it's like, wait, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Wait a second. So he doesn't eat meat. He doesn't eat rice. So he doesn't eat protein.
No, I get it, because like a lot of people don't eat beef or pork. They eat like chicken, fish.
Okay, that's fine.
Even Crawford like explain his diet like
do they eat like venison, stuff like that? Like venison? Do they eat stuff like that?
Wait, what?
Do they eat like venison?
Venison.
Deer.
That's a type of that's deer meat.
Yeah, it's deer. I don't know. Did they call it like that in the UK? I don't even know they call it that here. Will be done says Matias is the best Latino fighter right now. Which Matias? What?
Subriel?
Yeah, Subriel? Are you kidding me? Didn't he just?
He's not the best.
He's coming.
Ben Rodriguez is the best Latino.
Yeah, what the fuck, Matias? I don't know. Explain yourself. Oh, now he says something else. Mexicans will be saying a long lines. YouTube guys versus Mexicans are always bangers. Always, because they usually win. What? Mexicans will say, I don't know.
I think he's just drunk, man.
Yeah.
What are you drinking? No, Matias is not. I mean, fucking, if you want to pick a Puerto Rican, pick that guy, Collazo. What's his name again? The
Colanga?
No, what's his name?
Oscar
Collazo, the 105 dude?
Yeah, this guy's knocking everybody out.
He's a Unified Ring Magazine.
Yeah.
At 105. Didn't he just fight recently?
I don't remember. I remember he knocked somebody out
2 months ago. He fought.
Yeah, because the last fight that I remember was his unification fight on the Zerdo Billum Smith undercard.
Yeah,
that was the last fight.
Isn't it crazy, dog, that The guy he was supposed to Hitchin was supposed to fight Matias a long time ago, and he's always like spinning the block all the time.
No, he was a mandatory for a while, but he kept on complaining about the 10-pound rehydration clause when Matias was champion. But as soon as Leon Paro beat Matias, that's when he jumped at the chance and was like, "Oh, I want to fight for the title."
Yeah, all of a sudden, like the oh no, man, that's nothing for me,
That might be one of the biggest pussies I've ever seen in my life, to be honest. Like, that shit was shameless.
Well, he's actually pretty smart, dude, because he knew that stylistically that fight would not have favored him.
Yeah, but he's gonna fight it either way now. And the thing
no, Matias, he's fighting Puello.
Yeah, Alberto Puello, yeah.
The WBC champion.
Good. I actually like that fight.
Mm-hmm.
The pure boxer versus the pressure fighter. Then what is it? Dalton Smith, he's gonna fight he's the mandatory for the winner of that fight. So who are y'all picking for that fight? Puello versus Matias.
I'll be picking Matias, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm picking Puello.
Matias knocks this kid out.
Weren't you guys watching a Puello fight yesterday?
Yeah, I was streaming it.
Yeah.
I got Puello.
No, we were watching.
I fell asleep.
Fight, man. we watch Shane Mosley, Mayorga. The Usyk one.
I remember when A-Muck said, "I'm looking at this fight, and Shane Mosley was not all that." I'm like, yeah, he's like fucking 40 in that fight.
Yeah, no, forget. When did Mosley go downhill?
After Vernon Forrest.
After Vernon Forrest, I would say after Vernon Forrest. I mean, he had some good wins after that.
The Vargas fights don't even count, in my opinion, because I think Vargas beat him the first time.
Or would you just say he's the guy that he fought so many styles and guys that were obviously like where he wouldn't have the stylistic advantage against? He just fought the guys and he just didn't look good against, and he would lose. That's just a lot of guys that didn't do.
Quentin, after that fight that he lost to, I want to say, the second fight after he lost to Vernon Forrest in the rematch, he fought, I don't know how long ago after that, but he fought Luis Collazo, who was like he was ringing some bells at the time.
He went back to welterweight and beat him.
Yeah, he might have been. Yo, he boxed him beautifully in that fight.
Yep.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That was and Collazo. No, but the thing is, you also have to remember, mostly was famous of being like the older guy and knock him out like the younger guys. And also he never was like a big welterweight or anything like that. He was a lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
And he could have started. Go ahead.
No, he was one of those guys that put on muscle weight. Sort of like Canelo at 168 and shit like that. Like that's not a guy who's naturally growing into.
But let me tell you something, man. Also, man, mostly, man, his power was fucking crazy, man. Anybody who was in the ring, bro, he wobbled them or hurt them, man. I remember he had Cotto running on the latter part of the fight. He got Cotto running. Yeah. He got almost everybody in the ring either hurt, wobble, or running around the ring. Like even in sparring, man. He was like even in sparring.
Cotto looked. Yeah, he looked like he was like, damn, this fucking boy is strong as fuck, man.
He would fade at the end. By the way, Pugil signed. Thank you for your super chat. He says a star will be born Wednesday. Eduardo Sugar Nunez.
That's right. He's another one.
He's fighting the Japanese guy, right? I don't even know much about that.
Yeah, Rikishi. Yep, Nunez is probably gonna win that fight and then go on to beat Anthony Kakachi. I think he'll beat him. That's a really good fight coming up this week.
Well, that's if Anthony Kakachi fights him.
Yeah,
you never know. He could vacate.
Wait, Kakachi doesn't have the title anymore. He dropped it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Yeah. Isn't it for the vacant title then?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh shoot!
Kakachi straight up said he was like, yeah, I don't want, I've had a long career. I want to get paid. I don't want to fight this guy, and he just gave him the belt.
Dang. So then, who at 130 would fight Sugar Nunez? Granted, he gets past this next opponent this upcoming Wednesday.
Probably Foster, I would assume,
Yeah,
or they're
obviously
trying to make
Foster.
they're trying to make a Ray Ford fight. I know Eddie Hearn kept talking about that.
I would have loved to see him against Navarrete.
All
fat.
Out War.
That's the dream matchup.
Yeah.
But doesn't Navarrete have to rematch the Filipino? Isn't there something about that or no?
Probably.
Yeah, thanks. There's that Olympic gold medalist, Russian fighter. What's his name? Betergaziev. I feel like he's probably waiting for a big shot at the title because Lamar Roach isn't fighting him because he's busy fighting Gervonta Davis in a rematch.
Isn't that dude at 35 or is he at 30?
No, he's at 130. He's the interim WBA champion for Roach's belt.
I
but Roach
think what they're gonna do is I think they're gonna have you know what how ridiculous the WBA is. You know, they're probably gonna have him as a champion in Reese's with that Mongolic ass shit, and then you know, whatever happens, win, lose or draw with Tank Davis, and if he comes back, because I doubt he comes back, really doubt it. You know, he probably gonna get his belt back, but I think he's gonna stay at 135. I think he can see the difference between those two weight classes. What he does to his body, because he looks strong when he fought Tank.
I don't want to see Foster fight. That's my issue.
Me either, but you know.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question. Going back to Shane Mosley, who would have won, Shane Mosley or Tito Trinidad in their prime or welterweight?
Tito catches him.
Tito.
Yeah, recognize. We're not gonna count what recognize says. Let's listen to
I mean, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. The thing is, bro, Shane Mosley's chin was one of the most underrated chins of all time, bro. You couldn't hurt this dude for shit.
I think Tito
only when he got older, man. Canelo couldn't drop him. I couldn't do shit.
He would have caught him with that straight right that fucking Vernon Forrest caught him with. Eventually.
See that Trinidad would surprise you with his punches. You wouldn't see them come. You would say, Trinidad. It's not, you know.
Yeah, but De La Hoya is also a guy that would surprise you with the left hook, and mostly when he did get caught by it, he took it, he ate it, and that was him coming up.
Trinidad hit harder than De La Hoya, man. Come on.
I don't know.
No, yeah, but if De La Hoya was able to take his shot, I think Mosley was able to take his shot.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think, did he ever hit De La Hoya that flush, though, Trinidad?
Hell yeah.
Not really.
No.
He hit him
Hell yeah.
2 times. In that fight.
That was a war, man.
No.
De La Hoya Trinidad. That wasn't a war.
No, it was a good. There was parts where they
like a fencing match.
Yeah. But there was parts
and De La Hoya was running De La Hoya was running for a reason at the end. I still think he won the fight because I think he won all of the fucking rounds at the beginning.
No, I don't know if you remember. There were a couple rounds that actually exchanged left hooks. I think it was the 5th, the 7th.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
8th. I think at the end, the last one, I think that's when because for the most part, what's his name? De La Hoya was boxing his ears off, but the thing is, at the end, I think he caught him with the last left hook, boom, and that's when he started running, and also he felt really comfortable. But they were exchanging left hooks.
They did. I mean, I'm not saying Trinidad didn't land anything. He did land some shots, but I don't know. It's not like Trinidad was like Mike Tyson.
I remember they traded a couple of times, but the thing is, De La Hoya being more technically sound, either his shoulder or his arm was by his shin. But on the last one left hook, bro, I think Trinidad was so fast that he didn't have the time, because you can tell De La Hoya was surprised. It's like, oh shit. And that's when he started running.
Yeah.
But for 8 straight rounds, yeah, De La Hoya was outboxing his ass off.
And they told him to run, basically. They told him you have the fight in the bag. Just
No, and I remember in the corner, his trainer was talking to De La Hoya, and De La Hoya was he always have that stupid ass good boy look. He had that, scary ass look. Oh damn, man. This Puerto Rico's gonna make a sancocho out of me.
And to you older gentlemen on the panel, you guys are probably this is going to be an awesome fight. De La Hoya and Trinidad are both known for their powerful left hooks, and they're both warriors.
Yo,
this is be awesome.
I remember how excited I was. I was extremely excited. They called it the fight of the millennium. It was September 18th, 1999. we're going to the 21st century, and and it was boring as fuck.
Yeah, the fight of the millennium became the sparring match of the millennium.
I mean, I was a young kid around that time, but I watched all the 24/7s, and the thing is, man, the way they were building the fight, man, that shit was like astronomical. Because the thing is, they were trying to compare it to like to Tommy Hearns and
Leonard
and Ray Leonard.
Leonard.
Yeah, two guys in the early 20s, in their primes, da da da. The best weight class. They're both champions. Da 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 da.
The pay-per-view numbers were pretty good. I think it was the best pay-per-view sale, whatever, after a heavyweight. That's the best pay-per-view non-heavyweight.
Non-heavyweight.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, no, like Severino was saying, the hype was crazy. Everybody was talking about this fight.
Dude, me watching the 24/7s, I got excited. I just can't imagine being around those times, man.
Do you think they should bring back 24/7 like documentaries for the big fights?
They have preview shows, but they need to bring back that
documentary in the lead up for a fight.
Whoever was writing those scripts, and Schreiber, what's his name? Schreiber? No, what's his name? The fucking guy who was narrating.
What?
I don't know what his name was.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the guy who was narrating that thing. Yeah. No, definitely they should bring them back. But it has to be quality, quality stuff.
Yeah, but the thing is, also we live in so much of a woke era that it's really hard. Because a lot of times, you remember they used to like show like everything. And the thing is, they used to like act like a regular life, and also like the ego of these guys is too big at the same time. Like, 'cause sometimes they try. I think they're so fucking goofy. Like when they try with Teofimo, it's like you can tell they were recording like for the whole day, and their clips, the best they can do is like a 8-minute clip. You know what I mean? Because
but Teofimo's goofy, man.
Yeah, but even with Tank Davis and everybody else, because the thing is they do it like on YouTube, the little like blood, sweat, and tears and shit like that. Some of them they're really good, but for the most part, man, I will say like 95% of them they're kind of goofy, because most of those fighters they don't have any personality. I'd rather see them with the subtitles and shit like that when they're like.
Dude, Tank speaks like English as a second language.
Okay.
Who?
His first language is Baltimore.
Yeah. And his second language is English.
Yeah, Baltimore English. Hey,
have you guys ever heard the Baltimore accent, by the way?
What's that?
Yeah, you got me forgot with that shit.
I said, have you guys ever heard the Baltimore hood accent, by the way? Because I didn't know it was a thing.
Yeah. It is a thing. No, but it's more like the area that they live, like Baltimore, Washington, Maryland.
Washington
they all have like that thing of the swaggy style.
All right. Police, nigga. Police, nigga. Nigga need help over here.
Nigga, I mean,
instead of saying you know what we do, Mo.
Hey guys, yesterday I jumped on the off the air live stream you guys were doing, and I overheard somebody say about Teofimo Lopez and that his wife just married him for a green card.
Damn, man, you pay attention to my points.
You said that? Okay, well, I never heard that before. Is that true?
Of course it's true.
What? Okay, where's she from?
I think she's from the same country as Teofimo.
Oh, Honduras.
Damn.
But she's like way older than him. She's like 6 or 7 years older than him.
Okay. So, do you guys think that's why he's all fucked up now? Because of the divorce and all of that?
I mean, if you remember back then, he was kind of an asshole, but that's expected for most boxers, right? But after the whole breakup, divorce, the custody shit, and also he lives in a really toxic family. The thing is, but the thing is, if you remember, at the very least, his sentence used to make a little bit of sense. But now, bro, it's like, yo, what the fuck is he talking about? And the thing is, he always trying to sound like smart and mature and shit like that,
Well,
didn't it start from the Kambosos loss? Like really, he kind of started
divorced.
spiral.
He got divorced around like the pandemic, like around.
Or it was after
2019.
the Loma win because he went from like the highest of highs, like beating Loma.
He got
then.
No, here's the funny part. He got married around the Loma fight. He got divorced right by the Kambosos.
So what do you guys think fucked him up? What do you guys think fucked him up?
I don't know. That sounds like it was, bro. A year-long marriage sounds fucking horrible.
Okay. I mean, here's the thing, man. He's a young guy, and he's really immature, and you know, he still, when you listen to him talking, you can tell he still think he's in that fantasy world, you know, that Disneyland. So when he actually faced something in real life, you know, that can crush you, especially those type of things, you know. I don't know if you remember one time he showed like his house and shit when he just bought it right out in Florida, and he showed like a little toy on his bed. He's like, "Yeah, I hug this toy, you know, because it makes me feel like I'm hugging my baby, you know, I miss him,
Holy
you know."
shit.
No, yeah.
Now he's living
Holy
behind the
shit.
Goodwill.
Man, that's just sad, bro.
Yeah, look it up, yeah.
He's like, "Hey man, I miss my baby. That's why I hug this little alien looking ass pillow." I used to hug her when she was pregnant, you know.
Hey, dude, cocaine's one hell of a drug.
Hey, but he's still winning, though. That's the thing, though.
No, I don't really.
He might be all fucked up in the head, but he just beat Barboza. And let's be honest, a lot of people were saying that was a close. It was gonna be a close fight. Barboza might even win it, and he fucking dominated.
I mean, shit. I was one of those guys.
Yeah, same.
I was on the fence, but I was leaning more towards Barboza just because stylistically. But hey, I was wrong.
I was wrong too.
Like my reasoning, it was because, you know, Barboza had a couple of things that used to bother Teofimo in the past, which is size and somebody with a consistent jab
and movement.
Like when he fought Claggett, it wasn't nothing that Claggett was doing out of the normal. Because I think looking back at that fight, he actually whooped his ass, but just like Claggett was going nowhere, tough motherfucker. But also, Claggett had a jab.
Mm-hmm.
But I think physically, Teo hasn't been the same puncher since he moved up to 140, because he was big for 135, but at 140 he's on the smaller end.
I think so what do you power always being a narrative.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
No, I think his power was being like a narrative. You know, I think he's just fast and accurate, you know, and that can catch by surprise, you know, can knock you the fuck out. He knocked out who was like a, you know, like a top 10, like younger guy. He knocked out Kwame, which he was older, and he didn't belong at 135 in the first place.
He struggled with the Japanese
Also, he was a long layoff.
He struggled with
what's his name?
Nakatani as well. Nakatani, which Lomachenko knocked him the fuck out. Who else? Yeah, after that, he didn't knock anybody out. So, well, with a name. He knocked out Campa, which
true.
He didn't even touch the ground. You know, it was like a bullshit stoppage.
So, but he doesn't have to rely on his power. This is the thing, right? What you're saying. I mean,
of course not.
He just showed us that he doesn't need to knock out Barboza. He just outboxed him completely, clearly.
No, yeah, and that's the thing though. Like a lot of people got into their minds, like, you know, he knows he doesn't knock you out, but he actually showed us that his power is just like one of those things that he has in his arsenal, which is just, I think it's more like speed than anything else. But he's also really accurate, but he also can be a good boss, as you mentioned. Like, for example, when he fought Josh Taylor, I was at that fight, by the way, as well. And he actually outboxed him as well. He, you know, outspin him, just like Barboza.
But you also have to think, too, Josh Taylor was coming off a year of inactivity.
Okay.
What is it with Josh Taylor? I mean, it's a good one, don't get me wrong, but wasn't Josh Taylor coming off a plantar fasciitis, something like that, like a tear in his foot? So I mean, it's a good win, but there's an asterisk there.
Yeah, I believe so too. And the thing is, I think Josh Taylor just counts as a good name in his resume. I think the Barboza win
is better,
is kind of bigger. Yeah.
Yes, listen. There was a lot of we all know this. We talked about it. That there was a lot of questions on that Taylor win because Taylor was coming off. Technically, he should have lost to Carlo before that, so he wasn't really the same. And then Teofimo Lopez beat him, and then Taylor loses to Carlo in the rematch. So that takes away credit for that Josh Taylor win when it comes to Lopez. But then Lopez beats Barbosa, and so he reestablishes himself as the best 140-pounder out there. And he clearly won that fight. That's the thing. He dominated Barbosa. And Barbosa was coming on was having a good run, right? So
Ramirez and what's his face, Jack Catterall, but the guy before Ramirez, he arguably lost, but right? Am I remembering that right?
What is
yeah, Sean McComb, the guy with that same name.
Yeah, Sean McComb.
Yeah, but
I
let
mean,
it be
kind of
known
going
that,
back to
let it be known that Caro was undefeated and he was on a good run as well. So if you want to talk about it, Barbosa went in with a better win than even Teofimo or anybody in that fucking event.
At the end of the day, I think that Barbosa wins. The Barbosa win erases all kind of doubts that we had about Teofimo Lopez. And I seriously mean that.
But do you think, what is it? But how do we like his chances against Boots if that fight gets made?
That was going to be my next question. So, all right. So now we know that I think we kind of agree that he doesn't have to rely on power to win fights. But that means that he doesn't hurt his opponents that much. So is that going to be something that's going to hurt him against Boots Ennis? Lacking power.
I think so, because for a guy like Boots Ennis, he's been taking punches from natural welterweights. His last opponent, Stanionis, I mean, he was considered a puncher at the weight, but Teo, I'm not liking his chances.
I mean, the only full-fledged welterweights that he has ever fought was Karen and Stanionis. And the thing is, and that's something that I found out later on, because I gave a whole bunch of credit to Boots for that fight. I didn't know that Stanionis was on a 3-year layoff, something like that. And then when he fought somebody, that other dude was also on a 3 or 4 year layoff. So like he was coming up with a bullshit fight, pretty much. And then he went.
Yeah, but then you also have to consider. You have to consider too that what is it? And after the Razat Butayev fight, he was supposed to fight Virgil, but then what's his face? Stanionis ended up having to pull out because his appendix blew up or something like that. Then Virgil pulled out. Then he just wasted a lot of time was wasted on that fight.
No, I think also they rescheduled it, but remember what happened with Virgil.
With Virgil, they rescheduled it twice, and like literally the day before the fight, like the weigh-in, Virgil passed out.
Yeah, dude, they rescheduled that fight like twice for the same reason. So it wasn't really his fault.
Somebody in the chat says, Hurricane Hank in the chat says, you don't need power to beat Ennis.
No, but you got it.
If Karen would be a little bit faster, I think he would have beat him. Because the only difference in that fight is like I think and here's the thing, Ennis is a good athlete, but I don't really think he's a good boxer at all.
He's got decent fundamentals, but I think he gets hit a little bit too much.
Oh yeah, that's the thing though. If he gets hit a little bit too much at welterweight, what's going to happen when he moves to the super welterweight? You know what I mean?
Oh, he's going to lose, but I honestly don't think that's
where things get interesting, because real quick, ultimately, who would y'all guys pick to beat Boots at 147? Not really anybody, but at 154, that's where it becomes interesting.
Eddie Hearn's already talking about Boots and is having to move up in weight, huh? He's like there because I think Boots told him basically that he's struggling to make weight. And so now Eddie Hearn saying, oh, well, you know, the plan was to stay 147 to unify, so maybe now we can move up in weight. But that wasn't the plan. After Boots Ennis beat Karen, he said that they wanted to stay at 147 to become, so that Ennis became the undisputed champion. Undisputed, not just unified champion, undisputed champion. But now they're backtracking. He's backtracking. Why? Because Ennis can make 147, and it's obvious he can make 147. The guy looks huge for the division.
He's big for 147, but I think the one saving grace is that since the IBF, if you're just fighting for that one title, there's that 10-pound rehydration clause. But if there's more than one world title on the line, that gets that rule is waived. So that's why if it's unification, then that rule is waived. So I think that extended it by a little bit, since he's not having to just cut down and stay within 10 pounds. He can rehydrate to where he's comfortable. So I mean that can help him just a little bit, but I would give him at most 2 to 3 fights at welterweight before he needs to move up. But I don't know if he's going to become undisputed, because he's more likely to get Brian Norman in the ring than the winner between Barrios and Pacquiao.
Listen, if Pacquiao wins, I don't know what Pacquiao would try to do. I think that there was a Tank Davis fight that they were talking about, and that would make sense. I think even Tank Davis would be willing to move up to 147. That's a huge payday. He's fighting a 47-year-old. I don't think Boots would get that fight. So I think Eddie Hearns knows that there's not a lot of big fights at 147. Maybe a Teofimo Lopez fight, but if that doesn't happen, why stay at 147? Ennis is struggling to make weight, guys. We know that. And Eddie Hearn even talked about it. So I think Ennis is going to have to move up to 154. And
yeah, that's inevitable. But if he's going to try to
right
squeeze
now, you know,
damn, like right now,
as soon as possible, right now,
with urgency.
Dang, bro, that sounds urgent.
It's urgent because, and then who cares about the fucking what's his other guy? Brian Norman fight.
He's fighting in a high school gymnasium that can only fit 2,000 people.
Ennis gonna wait till September or something to fight this guy. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. And then
that'd be a good fight.
Yeah, people are saying right now. No, we always wanted Ennis to fight. Well, we wanted Ennis to fight Virgil Ortiz. That was the fight we wanted. People forget that was a big fight, right? Anyways. But at 154, somebody else mentioned, I mean, there's a bunch of names at 154. That's a great division right now. Probably one of the best.
If he were to move up to 154 right now, like immediately, who do y'all guys think he should have his first fight
Team
with
Zoo.
at the weight?
Team Zoo, let's go. Team Zoo, fucking...
Bohachuk, a good one.
Bohachuk is still there.
I was going to say Conwell.
The guy who beat Team Zoo, I forget his name.
Bakram Murtazaliev.
Murtazaliev. Hey, hell, I wouldn't mind to see Boots Ennis fight the guy who fought Crawford and Virgil Ortiz.
Madrimov?
Hey, why not? It's a good
test. That's a 50-50. The reason why I say that is because you look at movement, and movement's always bothered Boots.
Yep.
And to tack on that, he's got power. So I mean, who knows?
The thing about Boots is just his footwork is mediocre, man.
Yeah, he's very.
Who do y'all guys think he should go with as a trainer in order to improve on these fundamentals?
I think Buddy McGirt would be a good trainer for him.
I don't really think it's a trainer issue. I think it's more a competition issue, because the thing is, again, outside of Karen, Bila. He haven't really fight like people like that, so he haven't got to this.
But is it really his fault?
No, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm not saying that. Unfortunately, that was his career, because he was with the PBC. Like, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm just saying what's going on. That unfortunately, it's like the Tank Davis effect. But the thing is that Tank Davis is actually on purpose. But the thing is, also remember that weight class was frozen for a while at 147 with Crawford and Spence holding up the belt, and that ruined a couple of careers, like Virgil Ortiz, in my opinion, and his got called out for
I'm not gonna go with that. Yeah, what's it called? I remember specifically the WBO president came out and said, "Hey, the fight was offered to Virgil Ortiz 2 times, and he said no 2 times." I'm not gonna ever use that excuse for those guys.
No, yeah, but the thing is, he was mandatory in two sanctioning bodies, which was the WBC and WBO. He couldn't throw both of them.
Spence never wanted to fight the younger guys. I'll say that for sure.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it wasn't even like Crawford. I remember the Crawford thing. Because I remember he even pretended to call him out, and then the fight was mandated, as you mentioned. And, he acted like, nunca lo dijo. And, but yeah, I'm not saying like it was Ennis' fault. I'm not a fan by the guy by any means, but I'm not gonna like bash the guy for things that was out of his control, because that division was frozen for like 3 years, man.
Well, he could have fought Crawford, because what is it? His dad Bozy Ennis had said on an interview that BLK Prime did approach them about fighting Crawford.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, here's the thing. Yeah, but here's the kicker. As a sanctioning body, you would rather be the host of Crawford Spence, than just this guy with a stuttering problem from Philadelphia. I mean, come on. And Ennis is not like he's well known either way. Like, he's known by hardcore fans, but not really.
But how much more known was what's his face? The guy. Who did Bud end up fighting? What was the dude's name?
David.
Yeah.
No, yeah, all right. But the thing is, Avenation was the actual mandatory.
Mm-hmm. But also, he's trying to get that Spence fight.
Boots always took the IBF route.
Yeah, what is it? Didn't he fight? Yeah, Castillo Clayton for the interim.
And the guys, if you're gonna blame somebody, it's Spence, because Spence, for how long he defined his mandate from the IBF?
I think the last time he fought was 2018. No, he did fight an IBF mandatory one time. What was the dude's name?
Yeah, it was 2018. It was
the same. It was the same guy that Fundora fought.
Who?
Yeah, go on.
Carlos Ocampo.
Yeah,
Ocampo.
Back in 2017.
The low blow.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, dude. And he never fought a mandatory for the BA or the BC.
Exactly. That was back in 2018.
But then notice this.
2022, 23? Yeah, so it's 5 years.
It was July 2023.
Yeah, exactly. 5 years. So he was playing Crawford for 5 fucking years, man.
And with Crawford, do y'all guys like his chances against Canelo?
No.
Crawford against Canelo, no, that has no chance. But people are getting very optimistic. Some people are very getting optimistic based on that Skull performance. So now they're saying that Canelo's gonna lose. I think these people are looking. They were already gonna pick Crawford, anyways. But now they have.
They just needed a reason.
They needed exactly. They needed a reason, and the reason is the Skull fight. But yeah, that's why the guy who was showing up on this channel, Solidus, he disappeared because he said that he was never gonna pick Canelo. Sorry, he was never gonna pick Crawford to win the fight. But I think now he's gonna pick Crawford, but he doesn't want to be here to say that. So he went to he left. He's gonna be showing up on other channels, and he's gonna be changing his tune.
It's many reasons why he disappeared, man. I think he got tired of being being the buffoon.
I don't know, man, but it could be. He stakes were
crazy. Because y'all guys remember the whole narrative after the Madrimov fight. People were saying that Crawford shouldn't go up to fight Canelo. Crawford needs to abandon course against that fight. What is it? It was a lot of people were saying that, but ever since Canelo looked bad against William Skull, then people started switching up.
Yeah, because the idea is Crawford's going to use his mobility to win the fight, but one, I don't know how mobile he's going to be at 68, and and two, he's never really been like I won't say like he's never been mobile, but he's never been like you can't never call him like really a runner. That's been a pretty in your face guy that just like use pivots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Crawford's sweet spot is like mid range, and yeah, he's got a little bit of longer reach than Canelo, but he's never been classified as a mover. And if he is gonna move, the dude's coming up on 38. He hasn't fought on the night of the fight. He hasn't fought in 13 months. How are those 38-year-old legs going to acclimate to 14 more pounds and having to fight a dude who's already acclimated. Yeah, he may not be the biggest guy, but guess what? He is. He is acclimated to that weight and has enough power to drop people.
And even Crawford,
would you get up if you get dropped?
Yeah, even Crawford at his best, there's times where he'll stand right in front of you for a bit too long and he starts getting clipped because his head stays on the line. He's not a guy who's known for getting his head off the line. He's a guy who's known for movement. But there's times in there where he'll stay in the mid-range a little bit too long, and that's when he starts getting clipped. He did it against Madrigal. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, from what I'm hearing is that Crawford is a better boxer than Canelo by far. And if he wants to, he can move around better. He can outbox him. He doesn't really necessarily need to stand in front of Canelo. I know we know he has done that against certain fighters on 147. But when it comes to Canelo, he can actually move and just win a decision because he's so skilled. What do you guys think about this? He's like miles away from Canelo in terms of skill level.
You know what I'll say about this? It's going to be way better than the Berlanga fight.
No.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'll say this.
I don't know.
That
you know what? I don't know.
The people who, the people who say that they look at Canelo like he's just some like ordinary dude. It's like, no, this guy, he's a special talent too. And when you look at the fighters that Canelo's faced, he's faced more people who are movers and who are boxers. That's rather true. Than you look at Crawford. How many pressure fighters really has he fought that's put him in a situation where he has to be like, oh damn, I got to use all these other tools?
Not really,
because he got knocked out.
Yeah.
Well, where is this idea coming from?
Because you look
Crawford, go ahead. Finish your point.
Well, no, you go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask, where is this idea coming from that Terence Crawford is that much better than Canelo skill-wise?
Because they're dumb, man. They're just dumb. Like Crawford is not a more skillful fighter than Canelo. Like they only say that because in their mind, right? They're like, Canelo got the physical advantages, so in my mind, I'm gonna give Crawford the skill, like he's more skillful. But that's not the case because again, Canelo, him being the smaller man, he gotta be smarter about the way he moves. Crawford hasn't had that, obstacle. So like, again, I think Canelo's better than him in every way, except the only thing that Crawford does is he could be a switch hitter, which Canelo hasn't done. But again,
okay, so I have a question anyway.
I don't even think that works.
Canelo throwing one punch every 5.5 years during a fight is exactly why people think Crawford's a better fighter than he is.
Wait, because of what?
Again, I didn't hear you.
The fact that he throws like one punch every 5 years during a fight, that's exactly why.
Lately, yeah, that's true. I mean, you can't be doing that against Crawford. It's not gonna work.
Hey, well, I mean, Crawford doesn't also have like the most punch volume either. So I think that's another thing that people don't bring up. Crawford's very economical with his shots.
Not that economical. We can't put it like that.
But I'm talking. Yeah, but when you're facing a bigger guy, you're gonna have to get his respect. And when you're going up in weight, you're probably going to be even more economical because now you're going to have more weight on. How much more punches is Crawford really going to throw?
Yeah, I think they're going to have enough authority on him.
Canelo throwing again less punches, right? Because he's the smaller guy. If he's gonna let his hands go, he really has to make it count. Because throwing against a bigger guy, they can choose to eat it and just throw a counter of their own.
Yep. Yeah, he throws quality shots instead of quantity of shots.
I think that that Spence fight is deceiving, very deceiving. Yeah. And I don't like to make excuses or anything, but let's be honest. Spence looked like he was shot, and we haven't even seen him fight after that, so we can't even gauge how fucked up he was. And there's a reason why he's not fighting. Spence. There's a reason why he's not fighting.
It's because he's developed gyno.
That?
If there's one thing that I can't not worry about, like it's just sports, right? But if there's one thing that I do quote unquote worry about is that fucking Turkey. He keeps holding Crawford's hands, right? So he's like, he might favor Crawford if it goes to UD, if it goes to decision, where he has his judges like give Crawford every swing round.
But you also have to look.
I agree. There's something fishy going. I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling about this when it comes to the Sheik. I think he wants Crawford to win. He wants that Rocky story. Yeah. He wants that Rocky ending. That the underdog comes in and fucking beats the bigger guy, the champion. That's what he wants.
Oh, he wants Crawford to yell out after he wins, "Turkey, I did it!" And then I love you, Crawford.
Hold my hand.
But then you also have to, what is it? I think Canelo at a certain point, because you got to remember kind of how his attitude was during the build up to the Charlo fight, where everyone's like, "Oh, the slick American black fighter, he's gonna box Canelo, he's gonna do this," and look what ended up happening to Jermell. And Ran, and that's the thing where I believe if that's any indicator for things to come, you're hearing Canelo's obviously going to be hearing a lot of what people are going to say, and I think he's going to go in there with a chip on his shoulder, just like he did with the Jermell Charlo fight, and where he's like, no, a bunch of people are saying one thing, I'm going to prove them wrong, because. You remember after the Ryder fight, everyone was picking Canelo to knock him out, but Canelo didn't knock him out. Then people started saying, oh, well, Canelo's on the slide. He's not who he was. Then he goes in with Jermell, who people are like, oh, he may lose to him. He may lose to him, and pitches a shutout.
Right.
So who knows? So it could be the same thing. I'm not saying that, Crawford's going to run, but at a certain point, you're like, can you really stand up to those punches, dude? Because that's going to be the biggest... Not only the biggest puncher you've ever faced, but that's going to be the best fighter you've ever faced.
True. Yeah. And in the chat, King KO says also, Bud has fought once a year since 2020. He will not be sharp against Canelo. It's true.
Each time he fights. Each time he fights, he's a year.
Canelo's already got 12 rounds? 24 rounds in. Because if we're talking August of last year until September of this year, Canelo's fought twice.
And back to Desmond's point about this is going to be Crawford's best fighter that he's ever fought. Well, can we say the same of the other way? I don't think we can say that Crawford's the best fighter that Canelo's ever fought.
Yep. Of course. I was thinking the same thing.
Because, Canelo's fought a lot of bad dudes, during his career. Like, a lot of people where you can say, well, hey, if they're retired, they could possibly go into the Hall of Fame. Because, in my opinion, Triple G, which he's unofficially retired, and Kovalev, do you think those guys can go into the Hall of Fame? Triple G, a two-time unified.
Triple G, yes.
A two-time unified Kovalev, or
I would like Kovalev, but I'm not sure. I respect him.
Well, Kovalev's a three-time light heavyweight champion.
Yep. How many defenses? True. How many defenses did Kovalev have?
I want to.
Somebody check it out.
Probably at least
he defended it against Vodka.
Let's see. Got to at least be 10 around there.
Really?
Yo, did
No.
Adonis Stevenson run from Kovalev? Just a sidetrack for 1 second.
Yeah, what's that?
Did Adonis Stevenson run from Kovalev?
Yeah.
I think so, man. Yeah, he was with the PBC, and if you're with the PBC, you're running away.
Yo, I feel sorry.
Go have my dog in the middle of the ring. He was like, quack, 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 quack.
I feel sorry for a lot of Eastern European fighters in America because they really get the shaft, right? Loma never got the fight with Tank. This guy Kovalev, he never got the fight with
Kovalev, he defended it around 10 times. He has 10 successful, not consecutive title defenses, but he has defended his title at least 10 times.
Yeah, I think it was about 8. I think he had 8 consecutive times, right?
Old stock is
probably in a row that he defended.
Go ahead, BA.
Yes, I think 8 consecutive.
Let BA talk.
Old stock is probably gonna laugh at me, but I think the people, the people from a certain continent that get the shaft more than anybody are the Africans. I'm talking the 100% from deep darkest Africa. Those are the guys that get shafted, man. Because
really,
nobody gives a shit about. Yeah, they for a guy from Ghana or from Nigeria, they come here. Oh, they put up a good fight. They even get robbed, and that's it. See you next time. They get sent packing, and nobody gives a shit. Because at least with Mexicans, they're right next across the border, and there's a lot of them. Even Eastern Europeans, a lot of people enjoy their style, so they'll stick up for them. But Africans, they got no love, man.
That's true.
You think
England,
Fumile
dude.
Lakafu could break that?
I will put up a general like a mention to Argentinians, right? If they're challenging for a title in the United States, they're always gonna get the short end of the stick. They got to get the knockout.
That's true. Yeah. By the way, that's what I told Butch earlier. Here in Montreal, there's a bunch of cards nowadays. There's a card in about a week and a half, I think, where the guy that's being called the next Beterbiev, he's the guy that's gonna fight Morel in July, but he's got a tune-up coming up, and that dude, he's been fighting a bunch of Argentinians too. That's what they do here now in Montreal. They used to bring Mexicans. I mean, they still do, but now they're bringing in a lot of Argentinians. I don't know if they got a discount price or something.
Cheaper,
you think so?
man. The currency's shit. You pay them a couple of dollars, that's it. They're set for life, you know? Well, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's true, though.
It's a million,
you know, they have a boxing culture now. So
$10,000 is like $1 million payday for them. It's like, fuck yeah, man, I made $1 million.
Fuck yeah.
But wait, speaking of South African fighters, there's going to be one that's competing in a unification match at Super Flyweight pretty soon.
Super Flyweight.
Talking about
Fumile Lakafu against Bam.
Yeah, that's an interesting. You know what I'm thinking? I don't know what you guys think, but I've said it before. I really like Bam. I've been on the Bam bandwagon for the since 2021 where he beat Sorong Visai. But now I think he's being oh yeah, thank you, 2022. But now I think he's being slightly overrated. I've said it before. I think he's being slightly overrated by virtue of the fact that certain people keep bringing up Inoue. As if Inoue is the only guy that has, so in other words, what they're saying is Bam is so good. The only guy who can beat him is somebody 2 weight divisions above. And I don't know, this Cafu guy, some people are saying, I forget what I read it. I don't know if it was Boxing Scene or Ring TV. They were previewing this summer's fights and they classified Bam versus Cafu as a mismatch. I'm thinking, look, if Bam does walk to this guy, it's because he's going to be firing on all cylinders, not because he's going to show up there half-assed and still have his way with the guy. You know what I mean? Like Cafu's he's a tough guy.
No, he is, because his last fight, he beat Kosei Tanaka over there in Japan. Granted, it was by a split decision, but I looked at that fight, and it was a close fight, and Fumile Lakafu, he dropped Kosei Tanaka, and Tanaka, he's I think a 3 or 4 weight world champion, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember that.
And what is it? Yeah, he had fought him, and was it towards the tail end of the fight? Kosei Tanaka, who does carry some power, he had hurt what's his face, Fumile Lakafu, and was pretty close to knocking him out, from what I remember. So I mean, Bam, if he's able to stay in character and he comes in and performs at his best, I think he should be able to win, but he needs to be careful because Fumile Lakafu is a little awkward and he is a bit of a counterpuncher.
Yeah, and
because he did drop Kosei Tanaka off a counter,
and we saw fucking Estrada drop Bam, and I know some people say that was a trip, blah blah. I mean, whatever. I saw him getting hit,
and that was off.
He went down.
I was off of. Yeah, and what is it? How many months is between December of 2022 and June of 2024? Like 18 months?
Well, yeah, close to 2 years. You mean, put it close to 2 years.
Like a year and a half, roughly.
Yeah.
And if a dude who's, older, considering super flyweights, and was able to drop you off a straight right hand, yeah, you better be careful. Well, no, Kafu's a southpaw, so straight left.
Yeah, I mean, Bam has what I like about Bam is that he will press the fight. He's not gonna back foot bitch it. He's not gonna circle around the ring. He's gonna go after his opponent. He wants that stoppage, which might actually end up playing into Cafu's hands. You never know. I don't think so. I still think Bam wins, but I think people are riding the Bam train a little too hard, a little bit, especially since
I think it's a 60-40.
Yeah, I agree with that. And a lot of people were saying that because some of his best opponents, Bam's best opponents, were older guys like
yeah. I think what is it with Sonny Edwards?
No,
Sonny
that's what I was gonna say. Sonny Edwards, he was the exception, right? He was a young guy, but he couldn't crack. And then you saw what what's his name? That British guy who just stopped him. Yafai is it Yafai or Gafai?
Yellow Gafai.
With a Y.
Gafai, yeah. You saw what Gafai did to him, so that sort of took a little bit of the wind off of Bam's sails. Wouldn't you guys say, or what do you think?
I think
Not
Sonny
really.
going into that fight, he went into that fight and he didn't have a trainer, so I think he just did it for the money.
Yeah, but Sonny had a good win before that fight. He fought the guy that beat up
Curiel.
Yeah, he had the
Methylene.
Curiel win, so I can't say that was bad. Like he had a Curiel win right after he lost to Bam Rodriguez, so I can't say that personally.
Yeah, and some people.
I mean, it's a good win, but maybe, who knows? But what is it now? What is it this upcoming weekend? I believe when's the 30th? In 4 days, Friday.
Yeah.
The vacant IBF super flyweight title is being contested. So I mean, if Bam gets past what's his face Kafu, that's another guy that he can fight. But what's it? The guy who beat Kazuto Ioka, what's the dude's name? Puma Martinez.
Yeah.
That would be a good fight. That would be a real good fight. Bam versus Puma Martinez. Sheesh.
It would be.
That'd be fireworks. And he's he's an undefeated fighter too, a young undefeated guy.
Young is a bit
young.
33, yeah, 33, 18-0.
He's 33.
Yeah,
he's not that. But hold on, Raised, what did you say?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna be honest. I feel that that fight against Puma Martinez, I'm more confident in Bam just cooking him easily more than I am for like Kafu. I think he's gonna beat Kafu too, but I don't really see anything that Martinez brings to the table that would be a difficulty for Bam to deal with. He's just a guy that throws a lot of punches.
You know what? After the Ioka rematch, I tend to agree with you. Ioka just implemented a couple of more rolling into his repertoire, and that alone made Martinez miss a lot. He tired himself out, and he gets dropped by Ioka. And I know Ioka's power. I mean, he can drop guys, like he stopped Tanaka, but you gotta wonder.
Him out pretty bad.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but you gotta wonder.
It's kind of a bad look because like a guy like Ioka and even Tanaka, those aren't like actual super flyweights. These are guys that have fought like minimum weight before, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I agree, man.
Yeah, true. But I think what is it at, like, considering Bam gets past these guys and he goes undisputed at 118, I think 118 is kind of like a dud. Would be a dud right now because I don't think what's his face what's the Japanese guy, what's his face
Junto Nakatani.
Yeah, Nakatani. I'm thinking about a bunch of Japanese fighters right now, so the names kind of blend together. Junto Nakatani, I don't think he's going to stay at 118. Granted, he gets past this next fight, which isn't it for the Vacant Ring magazine title as well?
I think so. I think
number
it's
one and number two. Yeah, WBC IBF. So,
I mean, but you know what? That brings up an interesting point here because at some, a couple of what was it? Like even a year and a half ago, people were saying, "Man, we knew it. Who's he got left to fight? He knew he's got nobody." Now Nakatani, ever since then, he's built up an even more impressive string of victories, and so now the mega fight is on. I mean, again, should Nakatani win his next fight, that super fight should happen.
In a way, win his next fight too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's got to fight MJ. So it brings an interesting point because Chief and I were talking about Terry Norris on last Thursday's show, and we were watching Norris's career. He gets his ass knocked out by Julian Jackson in '89. So you look at the landscape in '89; it's very different. You got Julian Jackson, you still got Mike McCollum a little bit around that area. Sugar Ray Leonard still fighting, Duran still fighting, Hearns is still fighting, Tommy Hearns. Then you go. We travel all the way to '97 when Terry Norris got beat by Keith Mullins, and now it's De La Hoya's in the mix. Terry Norris was in line to fight him. You got Trinidad. It was a different generation, and I couldn't help but wonder about today's generation. How you look at a guy like Keith Thurman fighting in Australia, and you think, "Oh, Keith Thurman." It seems like yesterday he was a prospect, but now he's the old guy. He's from all those guys: Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Sean Porter. I mean, I know Porter's retired, but see, that's the thing. Danny Garcia is out of the way. So is Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, Kell Brook. Who knows what's going to happen to him? He hasn't fought since 2022. That generation is on the way out. And I'm thinking, damn, time flies by in this boxing thing.
Yeah,
it's a revolving door.
Just remember, a couple of years ago we were talking about the Four Kings, and then I remember somebody told me, "Yo, Shakur Stevenson's not going to improve much more. That dude's like 28," and I was like, "Oh shit, he is."
That's a great point, man. Because I keep hearing. See that's why a lot of people were pissed off even against the Hartunian, which they shouldn't have been for that performance against Shakur Stevenson. Because I was sort of expecting that. I was okay with that because that's the bar I set for Shakur Stevenson. But after that De Los Santos fight, he promised this, he promised that, and a lot of people bought the hype that Shakur Stevenson. Oh, there's always with the prospect. Here's the deal: with the prospect, if they sell him correctly, there's always room for improvement. I mean, how many lives did Zab Judah have back in the day? Oh, if he only trains properly.
Oh yeah.
If Zab Judah gets his act together, and they play that angle for 8-9 times, and it was always the same thing. It's like if he gets in shape, and it's the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. If he shows up,
and he's another one. Yep.
Yeah,
I think the one thing that people need to realize about Shakur is that he's not a puncher.
There you go. That's it.
He's not a puncher. And what is it? If he can just accept the fact that, hey, dude, you're not a puncher, and even for as skilled as you are, you have your limitations. Granted, they're physical limitations, not boxing attributes. No, you have physical limitations. So you're not a puncher. And we don't know how good your gas tank's going to be, or your hands are going to be against Zepeda. And I'm not saying that he's going to lose against Zepeda, but it's an interesting fight because he hurt his hands against Josh Padley, of all people. And if that happens to Zepeda, what's he going to do now?
Exactly. I don't know. I think Quacks is pretty tough. So I think they underestimate him.
He needs to put bricks in his gloves, dude.
Yeah. Quags fought Nakor.
He needs to take a page out of
yeah, he's an electrician.
Come on.
No, he got signed to Matchroom. Matchroom picked him up, so I don't think he's going to be an electrician anymore. Hopefully,
yeah. Quags he's making it big now. But the thing about Shakur Stevenson too is that he does it to himself too because he talks a lot. He talks a lot on Twitter. His friends talk for him. I remember in the build-up to the De Los Santos fight, De Los Santos was outside the arena, and these guys came up to him. There were Shakur Stevenson's friends like, "You fucked up. You're in the wrong city, bro. You in the wrong city." It's like. And then what happens? The guy, their guy ends up running around the ring for 12 rounds. So he should really just shut up because every time he promises a knockout or an impressive victory, it earns him more. It earns him more bad will from the fans. It earns him more critique because there's still people out there buying it. That's their fault too. That if they really think Shakur Stevenson is all of a sudden going to show up and start fighting like Prime Roy Jones or James Toney, they're going to be disappointed. But if they accept that, look, this guy at best is going to be outworking guys, making them miss, slapping them here and around a little bit, and then going to a decision. That's the best you can expect from the guy.
I feel like his peak performance, he's like, what's it called? A small, poor man's version of Winky Wright, which isn't a bad thing. Which isn't a bad thing, by the way. A poor version of Winky Wright would beat a lot of fighters today.
Absolutely,
especially that iron guard.
Exactly. But see, that's the thing about Winky Wright too. That I've said it before in comparison to Shakur Stevenson. Winky Wright used to be a mover. He used to move around a lot more. Then he decided after the Vargas fight, he's like, man, I don't want to get robbed again, so I'm going to take the fight to my opponents. So he started incorporating that high guard. But even by doing so, even by walking guys down, the fights were still boring. And the reason why I say boring, what I mean by that is uneventful, because every round looked the same. There was no drama. There was no ebb and flow. It was always him just walking forward, snapping jabs, a couple of body shots here and there. And that's how the fight went for 12 rounds. So if the fight that's why Canelo's fights are boring too, because they're uneventful. He'll drop guys early, and then the next 8-9 rounds, they look the same. Just him loading up on the right hand or loading up on the left hook. Maybe once in a while he'll hurt his opponent again, but then that's it. He goes to a decision. But that's an uneventful fight, and that's for a lot of people, that's boring. And that's the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. His fights look the same. It's just him making his opponent miss, rolling around, showing us his chipmunk smile with the gap tooth, and just going to decision. A lot of people don't find that
plane in between it.
What was that?
You can land a plane in between the gap.
Come on. I don't know, but I heard that when they were thinking about rebuilding the towers, the Twin Towers, they say, we need to build a larger gap. That's what they were basing it off of Shakur's gap. They say we need to keep. In architecture, they call it the Shakur gap. You just create a gap so that if something
without
happens,
much the Shakur medium.
Yeah, Shakur, I want to be, what is it, Miles Morales or something like that?
I wonder if he steps on gum on accident, if he uses his teeth to fish it out.
Oh, come on.
What?
What's the matter with you? You guys are being disrespectful, by the way. It's supposed to be a proper
Didn't
show.
you just call his teeth an architectural?
In fact, I think my exact words were architectural marvel. So I'm giving him props. So you guys are shitting on the guy. Which
What's up with
I
the
don't
Shakur
appreciate.
hate?
You gotta understand the Canadian brown man always hates on hybrid excellence.
Hybrid excellence.
Hybrid excellence. Is it
Hybrid
Puerto Rican shit?
Yeah, you know what? That's the thing. They're really dropping the ball over there. Whoever's promoting this, whoever's marketing the fight between Shakur Stevenson and Cepeda, it should be Mexico versus Puerto Rico. That's the way they should be promoting this.
Yeah, because isn't his what is it? Which parent is Puerto Rican? His dad.
His dad.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like that whole thing.
You're gonna like
his brother, step cousin, father-in-law, godfather is Puerto Rican.
Nah, it was his
but
father.
here's the thing though. Yo no sabos don't count, okay?
Yeah, yo no sabos.
Listen, you Puerto Ricans, I was telling this to Recognize once. You guys need all the fighters you can get right now. I mean, you got Collazo, that's good. You got Xander Zayas, but then it starts getting a little thin. You got Henry LeBron, who's undefeated.
Matias.
You got Berlanga, bro.
Yeah, but they need one more, and I think Shakur Stevenson fits the bill.
Yeah, Berlanga or Shakur, we don't want them.
Come on, Recognize.
Yeah,
nah, bro. Hey, Puerto Rico needs some diversity. Get Shakur, bro.
Do you not have Matias? Is he now Dominican or something?
No, they have
yeah, he is Puerto Rican.
No, they have a real Puerto Rican at 168. I think his last name's Rodriguez.
We looked him up and
looked him up. Was Iglesias? What's that his name?
No. That's somebody else.
Oh, he's Cuban.
Yeah,
I think you're making him. I think you're making him up, man.
No, I posted it before. Remember, his picture looked like his profile. His box rate profile looked like it was AI. Remember?
No, I don't remember.
All right, I'll look him up.
He's confusing. He's confusing that with some MMA guy because
you guys always throw me under the bus. Fuck you guys, all right?
Yo, Amok sounds like one of those guys, who got interrogated by the detective. Like, oh, what happened here? Well, what happened is they give you like the long story and doesn't really make sense. I got a credit card because I got into the car. Somebody I don't know. I got into the bank. I want to cash the check. They just told me to cash it. Can I go home?
Najee Lopez. He fights on Pro Bot.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he kind of sucks.
Yeah,
he kind of sucks.
Najee Lopez.
Najee Lopez. What type of name is Najee?
What is that?
He's an artist from Smooth Jazz.
That's what it sounds like. It does sound like a Najee.
No, there really is a Najee. He plays the sax.
Oh, okay. By the way, I thought it was Najee Naji, but it's Nagee. Recognize you're a resident Puerto Rican. How do you pronounce that in Spanish? Najee or Naji?
That's an American name.
Najee.
Not American, but I don't think that's a Puerto Rican name.
Yeah, that's definitely.
He's from Puerto Rico, but he was.
Is William Skull a Cuban name? I don't know.
No, what the fuck is that? Skull.
I could tell you where he get that skull from. It's Skull, more than likely. It's some type of fucking English last name. And if I had to bet, he's Jamaican. There you go. Jamaican.
Hey, by the way, Najee Lopez, Puerto Rican nationality, that's what it says. But it says he was born in Atlanta, Georgia. So how the fuck is place of residence, Ellenwood, Georgia. So how the fuck is he Puerto Rican?
What does he look like?
He looks kind of like. Nah, come on. He looks. Well, I'll post a picture here on the Discord.
I'll tell you what's.
He does look like, if you were to tell me that his name was Jervain Jackson or something, I would say, oh, okay. Oh, hold on, you can see the picture for some reason. But but he looks. He could pass for Rafa Anglo. I posted the picture there. There you go. 14-0 with 11 knockouts. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, which is about 2 inches shorter than Recognize.
The fuck?
Can you see it or what? Anyway, listen. The point is,
no, it says nationality of Puerto Rico.
How is that possible? How is he born in Atlanta, lives in Ellenwood, but somehow he's Puerto Rican? How does that work?
Where did you post him at?
In the main chat. I mean, in the main Discord, the main Discord, not the.
Oh yeah, I see him boxing in Pro Box. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he alright.
Okay, I already know. Yeah, that's like his parents are black. Like
Oh wait a minute! Why did you say that with so much disdain? Like
no,
I already know.
they just there's no Latino. That's like maybe somebody in there with Lopez, maybe his mother or his father, but that's a black dude.
I think.
All right, anyway,
I think I'm gonna recognize. I think he probably like was raised in Puerto Rico, and that's why they put like that nationality thing on it.
Yeah.
Or
All right,
maybe
this sounds a little bit-
or maybe Pro Box, he just on drugs and didn't put the information.
Ah, come on.
Dumbasses.
Yeah, but
that is interesting.
The real thing is he's Dominican, and his parents came on Yola to PR, and he was born in PR.
There was this Puerto Rican kid that was getting a lot of hype back in the days. He's a basketball player. I think his name was Jaron Mincy, Mincy. It turned out that his parents, they were both like black. They were like, he was like, his father was a military guy who just moved to Puerto Rico and he was born there. Yeah.
Sergeant in the chat says Najee is Haitian. Ah, come on. Now that's what it's gonna be now. Now he's Haitian.
He's Haitian.
Recognize are Puerto Ricans claiming Carmelo Anthony?
Well, you see, he might be Carmelo. He might be Puerto Rican because of his father. Father is Puerto Rican.
But again, he doesn't speak Spanish, so I don't count him.
Yeah, I don't count him either.
I'll claim somebody Mexican when they have good wins, and then when they lose, I go, well, who is this guy? No, he's from Texas.
Do you claim Virgil?
Is Luis Miguel? Just one question. Luis Miguel, Puerto Rican or Mexican?
Yo, that's a good one.
Mexican.
He's Mexican.
All right.
I didn't even know he was half Puerto Rican. Is he half Puerto Rican?
No, he was born in Puerto Rico, but that's it.
Apparently, his real father apparently was Puerto Rican. That's what they were saying.
They're always doing this. They're always trying to take something, man.
The thing is that what happened is like his parents like started working in Puerto Rico for a minute, and he was just born there. But he had like no recollection of Puerto Rico.
I tell you what, somebody asked about Virgil Ortiz. Virgil.
I thought it was his mother had an affair. That's what I heard.
Oh. Somebody asked about Virgil Ortiz. I would say Ortiz. He fights like a Mexican. He looks like a Mexican. If it walks like a duck and sounds like a duck, it's a duck. And I think
in the chat,
like
Waterweight says Mexicans claim to run.
Well, he is half.
Wow.
But I never heard a Mexican claim him though.
No, that's true.
No.
And he never claimed Mexico. He always said, he's from Panama.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? I said it before. There was a video where Chavez and Duran are together, and Chavez is telling Duran, "You're the best Latino fighter ever, and you're better than me." Now, granted, it was Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. telling him that, but still, I mean, it's got to count for something, right? Chavez, no, I'm kidding. He was senior. I know. It was a joke. But he was senior. He told him that. So that's high praise, man. I mean, even Chavez is saying, "Fuck him, man. You're the man."
Yo, is Chavez nose fucked up because of boxing or coke?
Good question, man.
Both. Yeah.
I think he's like one of those cases that he probably got like early CTE and then we got like nose.
Maybe you're right. I got a question. Because I really want to get your opinions on it. I want to see what the pulse of boxing says. Jay Opetaya. Cruiserweight is a barren wasteland. There's not much going on. Heavyweight's not looking that much better. I mean, a lot of the old guys are on their way out. Does Jay Opetaya have a good chance of at least getting himself a title over there?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would say so. He's got good boxing skills.
Wait, heavyweight?
Yeah.
No.
No. Wow.
Hey, Robert, we can hear your sister in the your back, man.
Yeah, you got background. You got the phone.
Yeah, you got the FBI on you, man. You got the feds.
It's a pleasure watching you, bro.
Yeah, man.
He's got a wiretap on the VC.
Yeah. Allegedly.
But yeah, but so Opetaia, you guys are saying at least a title he can get a heavyweight.
I don't know. I'm saying right now, if you ask me, probably not. But maybe in the future, yeah.
I don't think so either.
I mean, here's the thing. As the heavyweight Lance is, I don't think so. I don't really. He's as skilled as I don't really think he's that skilled. I think he's like another example of like high athleticism. Because you can like when he fought the twice with Breeders, I mean, I think he's an exception to the rules, Breeders, because he's a tough motherfucker. Was cool, and he broke his jaw in the first fight, and the second fight was actually really competitive as well. And Opetaia has the bad, well, not the bad habit, but he has the deficiency of running out of gas in the later rounds, because he throw his whole low in speed in the first, from the first to the fifth, and then he's pretty much dead from the sixth and on. And I think a heavyweight, if the landscape changes, like what was his name? The 19-year-old.
Ituma.
Yeah, Moses. Yeah, Moses. The guy, the porn stash. Those guys coming up because they on the smaller end of heavyweights. Yeah, I think he probably has a chance, but as of right now, no, I don't think so. But either with those guys, he don't really have a chance.
It's interesting that every 10 years we have a batch. We have some very quick cruiserweight that decides to make the trip. Who has the capacity and the physical dimensions to compete at heavyweight. David Haye in the 2000s, Usyk in the 2010s, and even
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore, yeah, and now we got Opetaia. I got a question. If Opetaia were to fight the Fury that fought that Usyk, so let's say the Fury from the first Usyk fight, could Opetaia beat that guy?
No,
not
to me.
I got Fury knocking him out.
Yeah, probably stops him.
Now, what about
Breeders
if
like Breeders is like 40, 41 years old, and he couldn't put him down not even once.
That's true.
Arguably, in the first fight, he beat him. He broke his jaw and everything. No, I think it was the second. It
was a close fight, but he lost that.
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you're old dude with a whole bunch of wars into his belt, give you the hardest fights in your career, what about like somebody who's like a lineal champion, another weight class? And the thing is, I don't really think he has that much amateur experience like Usyk.
I thought he lost a step or two, but either way, it was still a solid win. You also got to remember he gave Usyk a competitive fight.
He did, yeah. He did give him a good fight. Now, he was younger. He was more in his prime years. I believe he was undefeated and a champion at the time. So, there's a difference between the Opetaia the Breeders Opetaia fought versus Usyk. But you're right. He did give him a good fight. That fight was pretty close.
Yeah, because you look at the way he got his jaw fractured by Brady's in the first fight, but he had Brady's all fucked up too in the first 6 rounds. But I do agree that he also too, like in the rematch too against Brady's, and that was a Brady's who was out of the ring for about 2 years, I think, or more maybe. And even then, Brady still closed out stronger in the last 2 rounds. So that doesn't bode well. That the older inactive guy is able to close the show in more impressive fashion than you.
Brady's hit him actually hard, man. Because I remember after the fight, he was like it was blood and saliva dripping out of his mouth. He had one hospital.
Well, I remember after the first fight, they tried to interview him. He couldn't say shit because of the fractured jaw, and they just say, "Okay, we'll let you go." But listen, if Opetaia fights at heavyweight, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight a couple of bums beforehand just to get acclimated to the weight because he really.
Of course. I think if you put in somebody like along the lines of Chisora or Takao, I'm not saying them because probably by the time they're probably gonna be long gone.
Mhm.
And
Maybe like
I think those guys they're still serviceable. Maybe just to make a name, maybe somebody around his size like Anderson, like on the smaller side of heavyweights, like guys like that.
But it is interesting that that Opetaya still First of all, he's finding a real nobody, and his voice, his displeasure, the fact that's the best he can get right now. But he's also talked about Zurdo. And I'm thinking I'm not really excited in watching Zurdo take on Opetaya. What do you guys think? Anybody looking forward to that one?
It sounds like a good fight. I mean, it's two guys that have been the best at cruiserweight, clearly. And Zurdo's been looking good since he's gotten here. He looked really good in the Chris Billums fight. And Opetaya has shown his vulnerabilities at times. I think it's a good fight to see because I've seen so many people criticize Opetaya for those fights against Bradis, even though I think Bradis is a really good fighter. And I think a fight against Zurdo would show us like, hey, are you a legit guy at cruiserweight or just somebody that beat Bradis twice who was old?
Yeah, I understand that it would make some money fighting Zurdo, and Zurdo has looked good. I wasn't even sure that he was going to be able to beat Chris Billum Smith, but I don't know. What's his name? Opetaya is already 30 or about to be 30. I think times
like
against. Yeah, I think he's got a good 5 years at least 5 good years. Just jump up to heavyweight already, man.
I would say,
the thing is, it's not really much to look over cruiserweight either way, because at the end of the day, Zurdo is a super middleweight. As big as his big ass is, he won't get a lot of credit for that win either way.
I think the Zurdo fight has to happen now.
Zurdo right now is like the guy who's upsetting the upper card cruiserweight, but that don't mean like he's like big guy as a cruiserweight. He had like 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah, I think 2 fights. But the thing is now,
I think he fought Smith. I think he fought Smith Jr. at cruiserweight though.
Yeah.
Zurdo, no, sorry. What's his name again? Opetaya has to fight Zurdo now. He cannot move up in weight without fighting him because now it would look like a dog. And everybody has been talking about this fight, and I think it's a money fight for him, a guaranteed money fight. So I even believe that he wants this fight. So.
I mean, yeah, because those 2 fighters are with the Saudis at the moment. So yeah, it would be a good paycheck, against on paper a smaller guy.
Zurdo looks bigger too. I was gonna say he looks bigger than him.
He looks flabby though. He doesn't look like he belongs in the cruiserweight division.
I mean, he's not like I don't really think Zurdo is somebody who never will have like good statics when it comes to body. He's not a quote unquote body beautiful type guy. I think he's just one of those guys. He will never develop like a big body like Mikey Garcia.
That Navarrete body.
Yeah, no, Navarrete is like out of the fucking line, man. Like he looked like one of those cockroaches from Men in Black.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he looks fucking weird. He doesn't look like a fucking athlete.
Like, but I think he's one of those guys that he just like makes weight, hit the heavy bag, and then he just go to his garage to pop a couple Coronas and close some holes and.
Yeah, I mean,
that's like the vibe I got from him.
He looks like a drinker.
He seems to me like he doesn't bother anybody. He seems like a chill dude, but he can like do like a crazy ass party in his crib. Like he strikes me like that type of dude. Like he's always in his finca, like.
You guys talking about Bacoli?
No. Zurdo.
Zurdo, yeah. Zurdo's got a...
Navarrete.
Navarrete. We were saying that Zurdo looks like kind of like Navarrete in a way. Not maybe.
He does, now that you mention it.
Well, not that bad, but like I was saying, he doesn't look like he belongs at cruiserweight.
I mean, if you got if you move Manuel Navarrete into Dunkin' Donuts, yeah, maybe, but.
It's interesting, man. With Zurdo, it's amazing that he was mediocre at super middleweight. Same thing at light heavyweight. All of a sudden, he moves to cruiserweight, and he's looking better than ever. That's insane.
Competition. Who the fuck
you're
was
saying
this
the
champion?
competition?
The British guy. Who was that guy?
I think
He's the guy that
Sudo
beat
always.
him.
I think Sudo always being a good boxer. It's just like now since he doesn't really have to worry about making weight. I believe like nowadays, he probably go one night without eating dinner. He's fine, and so now he has more time to like worry about like his training because that's how he looks. Like the same things that he needed to tie it up, I think he just did that and added those little Lomachenko like pivots.
Well, that's what he was trying to do at super middleweight and light heavyweight, and it wasn't working because those guys were faster than him. So now that he's at cruiserweight, he's actually now it's working because he's finding the slow guys.
It's like an aha moment for him, right? Like aha.
Exactly. It's almost like as if a lot of people they can't beat people their own age. All of a sudden they lie about their age and they start fighting teenagers or something. Now all of a sudden what wasn't working before, now all of a sudden it works. And believe me, I've tried that. So it's something similar. He moved up. He's fought slower guys, and those pivots, like Severino was saying, those pivots, that movement. Now all of a sudden it's working. It's shining.
VDA, so when you were picking on those teenagers, you said you tried that, so it didn't work.
Come on! I said it did work. That's what I'm saying. The shit that didn't work with people my age. Now all of a sudden I'm fucking Sugar Ray Robinson in there with the teenagers.
Ivan Calderon tried it and actually worked. He said he was talking one time. He's like, "Yeah, I beat Miguel Cotto when I was in the amateurs." And I was like, "How the fuck did you even fight Miguel Cotto in the amateurs?" He's like, "Yeah, well, he was 12 years old and I was 17."
Nah, there you go.
That's why I respect the hell out of Lomachenko when they were trying to give him praise for beating the Puerto Rican Brigandow too, the kid that turned out to be a killer. Fuck.
Verdejo.
Okay, so they're like, man, you beat Verdejo, you beat him pretty easy. He goes, hey, this broken English, calm down. He was baby. I was 22, he was 17. Like, you need to calm down.
There you go.
That's a big difference when it comes to boxing.
Yeah, but it is interesting with Lomachenko. People say that, he beat up kids in the amateurs. He was also fighting other guys from the Soviet bloc who were in the same age as he was. So it's not like he was.
And beating them too, So
and the Cubans too, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, on those championships, tournaments, you're not supposed to be like as a young kid in there. You go in there just to let them know that you're kind of ready, but you're not supposed to be in there because after like what, you go into world level. You're supposed to either go away or because the thing is, I don't really think a lot of young guys like that, go into that. A lot of people get to hype that up, but I don't remember seeing a lot of these quote unquote guys being long amateur records, like in the world championship amateurs, where you don't wear a headgear and shit like that. I never seen those guys there, so like they always capping.
I was going to say what's sad about the Olympics is that it used to be the launching pad for potential stardom in the professional ranks. And then when Roy Jones got shafted in Seoul, they changed the system, right, to computerized scoring. And that really killed Olympic boxing because then it became run, pot shot, run, pot shot, and then, try to win because you tapped the guy a little bit more than he tapped you. Then they changed it back. What was it, in 2016, I think? Finally, after 26 years, they changed it back. And it's still like that. The people from Uzbekistan, they're the new Cubans. They all run, tap you once, clinch, run, tap you once, clinch.
Also, is there also the modernized of the Wayne bully or the weight bully? I think also is being really modernized, and they train these guys like from the beginning to be that. Because when you
but how does that work in the amateurs though? If they're weighing in the same day?
You fight like every.
No, because the thing is, if you go there like as like natural bigger guy, you don't really have a lot of competition with guys that's supposed to be like 12 or 14-year-olds, like, and you like a fucking grown ass man at like 14. And also like what happened as well is like, for example, Haney, he sucked in the amateurs, and because the few championship amateurs that he had was because he was fighting guys that were younger than him. Because by the time he went to Mexico,
he was good in the amateurs.
What?
I thought he was like good in the amateurs. Like I heard like I thought it was like he only didn't make the team because he was too young.
Nah, that's bullshit.
Oh shit.
Ryan Garcia made the team and he's younger than him. Fuck him.
Yeah,
Ryan Garcia made the team.
Yeah.
Like, was he like an alternate or something?
No, he made the national team, but he didn't make it into the Olympics. No, he did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like they both did because the championship was in my country in DR, and then both. I think Haney lost in the first, and Ryan Garcia lost in the second.
Okay. Okay.
But the thing is,
Well,
bro,
he didn't make
Haney
qualifiers.
used to get his ass whooped in the amateurs, bro. Like bad. If he wasn't against a midget, he used to get his ass whooped bad.
So nothing changed.
Ah, come on.
No,
when
you're
he
wrong.
won
He
against
did
Ryan
change.
Garcia in the amateurs, it was competitive. When Ryan Garcia beat him, always was an 8 count when he dropped him. Like
No. Something changed. The midgets are now 2 inches taller.
No,
That's
you're,
right,
you're
yeah.
wrong. Something did change. He did lose to midgets. He still lost to Lomachenko.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah,
Wait a
an older midget too.
And then
Yeah, that's
another
interesting,
midget
man.
almost whoop your ass in Jojo Diaz.
Yeah, JoJo was piecing him up too.
How the fuck does Jojo give him a tougher fight than Regis
Oh,
Prograis?
listen, if you look at that fight, BBA, I think he posted a film study of that fight. He couldn't miss with his left hand.
Left
He could
hand.
not miss.
Yeah, that was weird, man. That's just, I mean, Haney, and some people on Twitter, it's the worst. That's where the real Haney fans congregate. They're still saying he's the next Mayweather, and his father, I don't know if you guys saw, but we put we did a morning show on Friday, and we put up a checklist that Bill Haney put up on Twitter, comparing Haney to Mayweather and to Antonio Tarver.
Oh, yeah. Like,
and it was cringe, man.
Like, what Floyd Mayweather did when he was 26, huh?
Exactly. And then at the end he puts who self-made, and he puts a check mark next to Haney, and he doesn't put it next to Mayweather and Tarver. And then he goes homegrown LLC Haney. It's like some weird shit that he probably read off of a business book, like a business 101 marketing book.
Why he didn't say like, well, I hope like somebody in the comments, or maybe Mayweather himself was like, I hope by the time you're 30, you hopefully have like some fighter signed with you, bitches.
Oh, well, that's the thing.
Like,
Bill fell into Bill also fell into the fallacy that some people do when they're judging records and all that, and they go, well, he beat 6 champions, but then they don't tell you former champions, and that's what Bill Haney was doing with Devin Haney. He's like, he's beaten 6 or 7, I forget, champions. They go, and he puts, you go, okay, Jojo Diaz wasn't a champion. Linares wasn't a champion by the time Haney fought him. I think he also counted Cambosos as a 3-time champion because he had 3 belts. So he was doing a whole bunch of stats. He was working the stats like a police commissioner. And I'm thinking, man, he's really desperate. Probably because he realizes the money ain't coming in anymore.
And BDA, he's so disingenuous that he used the same Mayweather play with the former champions and shit. When he said, "Yeah, I beat like 26 champions," like, motherfucker, you didn't.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's kind of he's realizing the money ain't coming in the way that it used to. So now that he's trying to, I know he's trying to play another.
The thing is, he's realizing like everybody's is waking up to the scam. Because the thing is, Eddie Hearn is not willing to overpay him anymore. Because I think that was like the main problem. I think it was Eddie Hearn setting all that shit. When the zone was trying to like crack into the United States. I remember they lost money with all those signings. Remember at the beginning they lost like a $1 billion, not necessarily in boxing, but they lost like a $1 billion like the first year, like the first a couple of years, because they were signing shit.
Well, I mean, they were fucking Hearn was signing Andre Haney, Mikey Garcia.
And then when they signed oddly enough, when they signed Canelo, all of a sudden the ab, revived.
Yeah, I mean, they were primed to take some losses because I mean they had a portfolio.
In order to make an omelet, you need to crack a couple of eggs.
Yeah, especially with these fucking billionaires there. But that is interesting because look, here's the problem with Haney. He's not a bad fighter. He beat Prograis, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, okay, I watched Prograis, but how many people were, not a lot of people were saying that prior to the fight. But what I'm saying though is, I have the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. If you put the bar up that Haney's gonna be this Marvel all-time great, he's gonna disappoint. But if Bill Haney were smart, but I mean, I also understand that he has to overhype his son because he's gonna market him. But I think that's also what ends up costing these guys is that they try to sell them as these all-time greats already, even before they've even done anything. And then when they keep struggling, they still try to continue presenting them as all-time greats, and that's only going to turn off a lot of fans. And Haney, here's the deal: he's very good, he's quick, he's got good instincts, but he's also incredibly boring, low punch resistance. He's a clincher, and all of that is going to prevent him from being the star that he wants to be.
Let's be a little bit fair with Haney. You know,
that's what I'm being.
Everybody knows. No, yeah. But just with his chin, we only have that of like, you know, the two guys that like known to be dangerous punchers, which is Linares and Garcia. And let's be honest, do you have many people surviving, you know, catching 3 flush left hooks from Ryan Garcia like that?
You're right. That's a good point. He shit his pants. Like, he got dropped 3 times, shit his pants. He still made it to the final bell. That
what happened to Devin Haney is that one, his body mechanics are horrible. 2, he needs to tie up a lot of shit. You know, when it comes to fundamentals, he always wants to be like the quicker guy. Because the thing is, when you're trying to always the quicker guy, you drop a lot of fundamentals, which is something with him and his technique with power, especially with his footwork, it left a lot to be desired. He needs to tie shit up. He's very disciplined, and I think he has a lot of heart. Like, you know, again, not a lot of guys, or probably his heart got perched by Garcia after that fight, but, you know, he still stand up every single time.
Yeah, you're right. He's not, you know, that's a misconception then to say that he's chinny. But he's still very. What I'm saying, yeah. Well, what I'm saying is he's boring and he's not that good a boxer as they made him out to be. And
no, he's not. Again, I think his comp. I think his comp it never was Mayweather. It's Robert Easter Jr.
I mean, well, he's better than Robert Easter Jr. But
yeah.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I mean, listen.
Well, you think so?
Robert Easter Jr. is pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, dude. He didn't have to clinch and run around like a bitch. He wasn't a clincher. Yes. I don't know. I would disagree.
Who are these people comparing him to Mayweather? Who are these people?
On Twitter, Reed. Come on, man. You go. I mean, listen.
Your fans are always gonna hype you up, but like actual boxing fans don't say shit like that.
Well, okay. Maybe not now. After the Ryan Garcia nightmare. Maybe not now. But you gotta remember, Reed. Prior to
he's nothing like Mayweather. He's more like Richardson Hitchens. He's
but the thing is. No, but Derek,
please ignore my best friend. He's got selective memory.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, listen. Let me make my point. Prior to the Garcia nightmare debacle. Okay, yeah, maybe you're right. It's not like everybody was comparing him to Mayweather. In fact, I wouldn't say 60% of the people, maybe not even 50. But by the time he beat Prograis, there was a concerted effort from both the fans and a lot of media members who were hyping him up as this top 5 pound-for-pound marvel. Now, of course, like I said, maybe not 60% or even 50% of the people were bringing up the Mayweather thing and saying he's the next Mayweather, but the Mayweather name was in the discussion. It was being thrown out. And that was, again, like I said, that was at the peak of Haney mania.
I don't like him, but he did go undisputed, and he went up to a new weight class and won a belt. So, of course, he's going to be in pound-for-pound discussions. You know, so...
But that's what I'm saying in regards to being overhyped.
It's what people miss is the content behind it, right? So like when you call him a pound for pound fighter, to me, and you could go back and you probably look for it, I never considered him a pound for pound fighter. Why? He was always bigger, significantly bigger than his opponents, and he didn't beat the shit out of them, right? He never like. Outside of maybe Prograis, right? When he moved up in weight, a guy that he had almost 10 pounds on the night of the fight, right? So to me, and then he fights an older Lomachenko, arguably loses that fight. Most people think he lost that fight, okay? Never in my judgment, that the way I understand pound for pound, would I consider a guy like him in that discussion? He is not.
And legally on the juice just to be a fucking bitch. Like, what the fuck?
Well, and by the way, the whole big thing, the way that
as soon as he fought somebody his own size, he got crashed.
No, but let me explain something real quick. The thing about Devin Haney, and I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with basketball, I think they were trying to do the Kobe Bryant effect. associate yourself with with the best player arguably of all time, which is Michael Jordan, and just by association, they're gonna overrate you. They're gonna put you like the second best player of all time, which obviously Aaron. And when you go to the stats, yeah, like you're gonna know like it's not true. But when you go to like the hype, the highlights, the way he was commercialized, yeah, a lot of people will say so.
Hey, you just reminded me, man.
Just because of the association, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Kobe patterned his whole game around Michael Jordan.
Just like Haney patterned his whole existence around Mayweather.
At least Kobe was close to Michael Jordan. He has some things he could do better than Michael. There's nothing Devin Haney does better.
Nada, he did better than Michael Jordan.
No, now that you guys mentioned Kobe, you reminded me of something. I was looking. You remember when Kobe Bryant died? He was in a helicopter, obviously, and people kept bringing up that there was a cartoon from years prior where he's in a helicopter crash.
Oh yeah.
I just found
as a joke, like, oh, where my NBA trophies? And he blew. Boom.
Well, I just found out another one. Somebody posted another one. I was on the forum and somebody posted a video. There was I don't know when the year it was from, but I think that the commercial was directed by Robert Rodriguez, and it's Kobe Bryant on top of a building and he's holding a basketball. And it's like it's a ticking time bomb. And Kanye West is hanging from a helicopter like a bad guy from one of those 70s movies. And he goes, "We'll meet again, Kobe." Ha ha ha! And then Kobe Bryant throws the ball at him.
Yeah, he says something in Italian like "la Berecci," and like.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking, okay, that's another. Okay, maybe the helicopter thing. That's tangent. That's okay. That's a bit of a stretch. It wasn't him in the helicopter in that commercial. But I think they say that if you look at the ball, it's a ticking time bomb and it's got a clock on it. When he throws the ball, they say that it's the same. It stops at the same age where he ended up dying in real life. So I said, I don't know. But well, how old was he when he died? 40-something?
41.
41? Yeah, I think that's what they said in that. That's kind of creepy, man. I don't know.
I was gonna say that's the word, creepy.
Creepy. I guess you could just chalk it up to coincidences, right? That's what it always is. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Don't worry about it.
He dies anytime.
This sounds like material for Second Renaissance. So
it does indeed, and I've got a whole bunch of material for something surrounding that type of material. But
there are a lot of theories that Kobe Bryant was sacrificed.
Yeah, he was. He was a blood sacrifice.
By LeBron. LeBron sacrificed him.
They say that in order to win that championship that they won.
That's insane, bro. I don't believe in that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, either, but
But what's interesting is you don't have to believe it, but imagine if there's people out there that do, and they're the one, like the people behind it are the ones that believe it.
I was about to say that, BDA, like, we don't necessarily have to believe that, but those things are true in real life. Those type of beliefs, especially like pagan stuff.
Religious wars affect countries all the time, and a lot of people don't believe in that shit, and they're affected by it either way, right?
And there is a reason why something as esoteric beliefs exist, because you're only supposed to know when you're in there or you do your research. But as the masses, they don't know nothing about that.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times they just make joke on the public, which is us. They do the rituals in public, and they just laugh about it. And they just make a whole fucking show, like, they televise a fucking funeral. What the fuck does that?
Yeah, I mean, that's weird, man. That is.
And then you televise it. I mean, shit. You fill a fucking stadium with fucking strangers. God, I bet Kobe didn't know didn't know half of those people. Maybe he knows them. He met them like a couple of times, but he didn't know none of these people. And Kobe Bryant was somebody who was for lack of a better word, he was an isolationist. He used to just be by himself.
Wow.
Like reading books and doing his 666 Luciferian workouts.
People are saying this is the second Renaissance topic. Second Renaissance.
Yeah, let's go back to boxing.
Well, I tell you what, man, in regards to, I was going to ask you about Jay Opetaya. So who do you guys think Jay Opetaya can beat in the top 10 heavyweight right now? In the top 10
I don't think he can beat nobody in the top 10. I think he can beat somebody. I think he can beat somebody like, around his like weight and height, which is, and wild style like his, like Richard. I think he can catch Richard Torres.
Yeah.
Well, is Wilder considered?
I think he can catch Moses.
No, he's not.
Wilder, no.
Wilder can't be a top 10, bro. Come on.
I think he could beat some of the guys here. I think he could beat Wardley. I think he could beat Bacoli. I'm sorry, the illusion has disappeared from me.
He's not beating Bacoli. Stop it.
Man. Wardley, he's like a truck, man. I don't know. Like,
and then probably, like he did with Parker, right?
I mean, Michael Hunter's top 10.
Parker's a real heavyweight.
No, Michael Hunter's not top 10 anymore. But he hasn't been top 10 for a while.
Non-WBA?
You know what?
No,
I think
I will put him against Michael Hunter since they came up from Cruiserweight as well.
I think Opetaya could beat Parker. I think Opetaya could beat Parker.
Wow.
What?
I don't know, man.
No, I think Hunter's done, dude. I seen him fight some Mexican butterbean and some like.
But his management is bad. He's got horrible management. He beat Bacoli and nobody even knows that shit. You know?
Nah, you know what happened?
No, that's his fault, though.
You know what happened in reality? He got screwed by Dubois. Remember, they were supposed to fight, and Dubois, all of a sudden he got sick and he got healthy the next day when he challenged for the IBF. Because the thing is, if he avoided that fight, or nothing was signed in some type of certain date, he couldn't just avoid that mandatory and just go out, just postpone it, and that's what he did. He took a sickness, and then he was again. In the ring with Usyk, because I would have rather have Parker, man, because it's something different. Like, I mean, come on, Usyk's career would be like around like 3 guys, like 2-3 guys.
Oh, fighting Joseph Parker for a change. Honestly, Parker earned it. Like Dubois didn't show up to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, you missed your shot. You could wait for the next dude because Joseph Parker did show up for his fight, so he should be rewarded for that. I think Dubois getting that title fight first, like, that pissed me off. And I love Dubois, and I want Dubois to fucking beat Usyk, but Parker earned that shit first. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got screwed.
Yeah, no, that was fucked up. And it's a bigger pay-per-view fight, but I mean, if we're being fair, that's Parker's fight.
Well, you know what, man? I don't want to be fair towards Parker because he tends to be boring, and I'm glad they screwed him over once. And I hope they keep screwing him over because I don't want to see that guy on any card.
But he did get screwed over. He
hasn't boring in a while though. He's been pretty like entertaining.
Parker is like a better version of John Ruiz.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal.
I said a better version. Okay.
Yeah,
you know what? You're talking about Ruiz Jr.
And Ruiz is a 2-time heavyweight champion. So I don't know.
John Ruiz.
Oh, John Ruiz.
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna say Ruiz Jr. I was gonna say he got robbed in that fight.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, like he beat Holyfield, so I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm talking about Parker versus Ruiz Jr. Ruiz Jr.
Andy Ruiz.
Oh, but John Ruiz, Joseph Parker, calling him any type of John Ruiz.
Talking about Andy Ruiz, yeah.
Oh, he says Ruiz Jr. Wait a minute, he's a junior? I thought he was just Andy Ruiz.
No,
he's a junior.
Okay, but nobody calls him that, so you
no one calls him that. Oh, yeah.
I think you know him personally, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No, just bad habit.
Yeah, he calls him J. He just calls him J. He just calls him J. Subject.
JR. Calls him JR.
Like, I don't think Joseph Parker would lose to 2 different middleweights. You know what I'm saying? But look. I also think John Ruiz had an underrated career. You know what I'm saying? It's fun to shit on him, but he had an underrated career.
He did.
Yeah. But by underrated in regards to people don't give him enough credit is what you're saying?
But no. I mean, in terms of like watchability and his wins, like people, I was watching Office Honcho's video. He said how Holyfield versus John Ruiz, the first 2 fights are like underrated bangers. And granted, I wouldn't call them that, but they are better than, what the commentary was leading you to believe. They were solid fights. Even the Rahman fight, that wasn't horrible. You know what I'm saying? I've seen horrible Rahman fights. That was not one of them. But even late in his career, he was like in the weird German scene with Valuev and Chagayev. It was a really weird time, but he was still getting wins. He was still in the conversation.
Yeah, he was. John Ruiz does have some sneaky good wins.
You're just saying that because Puerto Rican.
It's part of it.
I mean, he made history at the end of the day. You can never take that from him.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, white people act so like outrageous when I say that shit.
Well, they were bigging up Franz Oquendo
I remember there was this contender named Friends Oquendo. He's from Puerto Rico.
Oquendo.
And John Ruiz went in there and beat him. He stopped him.
No, well, I mean, John Ruiz had that amazing legendary trilogy against Evander Holyfield.
I want to say it was amazing. It was good. It was underrated.
Action-packed. I'm kidding. He was fucking boring.
Well, the third one was the boring one. Like D said, the first one was actually pretty. The two were actually pretty good. I mean, they weren't that bad. They weren't there compared to the third one. The third one, but Ruiz did have his share of boring fight. Like him against Rahman. That was one of the worst fights I've ever seen. In terms of fights that I've seen in my lifetime.
Every time I think about that fight, I want to spit, man.
Now the Galata fight was fun because it was sloppy fun. It was foul. It was foul-filled. Even the referee got into it.
Was it better or worse than Vlad versus Fury?
Vlad versus Fury.
No.
I say
I would much rather
worse.
watch Fury versus Galata. That shit was entertaining as fuck.
Yo, talking about like guys from that era. You know a guy who would have smoked the whole heavyweight division from this era? A really underrated guy, Mercer.
Ray Mercer.
Hell
Man,
yeah.
you know what still pisses me off is the fact that Ray Mercer, his Jesse Ferguson fight, how he blew his shot against Riddick Bowe, and Riddick Bowe had to get criticized for not fighting top contenders.
Hey,
like
Riddick Bowe was another monster, man.
I say this. Here's my hot take: Riddick Bowe in his prime could be any other heavyweight in their prime. That is
the thing is, man. Because the thing is, we're talking about the golden era of heavyweights, man. Like any other fighter, man, can like beat any other guy, man. Those guys used to fight with fucking rage, man.
No, it was, but like the thing with like Bowe is he was too tall, too tough. He had too much fucking heart, too much fucking power. Like I think that prime Riddick Bowe is like the highest level of heavyweight boxing.
I ain't saying that crazy, man. Like those heavyweights back then, they used to have so much underrated speed. There were actually like a lot of guys that were underrated athletic, like Morrison.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of everything, man. Back then, you have speed. You have guys who used to box. And here's the thing: a lot of those guys that were really, really well schooled.
Riddick Bowe would have beat prime Mike Tyson.
Oh, easily, man.
Yeah.
Easily. He would have thrown his ass from fucking blue corner to red corner, man. But it would have been a good fight. But at the end of it all, I mean, it would have been a stoppage loss for Mike, I believe.
Man, Mercer.
We gotta get Boxing Chief in here because he's the one that we've had this discussion before. But I mean, he's the one we were having a discussion about who could beat Mike Tyson. Was that?
There were a bunch of guys that would have been Mike Tyson.
Chief's breakdown of Terry Norris was excellent to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty good, man. But in regards to, but he said, like we were talking about Tyson and Lewis. He says Tyson beats Lewis, and I for a long time I thought that Lewis was a bad matchup. But he said that the guy who could definitely beat Tyson was Holyfield.
I think so, because the thing is, if Mike Tyson would have been younger and in his right mind, he wouldn't be there for that uppercut.
No.
I think that.
Maybe. I don't know. So,
Mike Tyson,
there's stories of him having rigged fights earlier.
No, Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson, right after Tyson, he was not as fast, man.
Fights were like this. Listen, this is how rigged fights for Mike Tyson was. Dude, you have no shot against Tyson. Go down the first round. That's it.
If you don't want to go to the hospital,
just go down and fight. That's it.
And cash your paycheck.
You have no fucking shot against this dude. He's gonna kill you.
I don't know. There's a few fights where
either way.
There's a few fights where people get knocked down with invisible punches.
Listen,
that's
Selden, Bruce Selden.
In that fight that Tupac got killed, like that dude went down. He ducked the punch. Mike Tyson completely missed, and he went down like he got he got hit by a meteor or some shit.
Yeah, dude. There's a few of his fights that are like that, and I was like, "What the fuck am I looking at?"
Well, the Selden fight.
Selden, yeah.
That was post prison, right? When they were trying to rebuild him again.
That was when Tupac died.
No, when Tupac died, he was still out, I think. Oh no, yeah, he was out of prison. Yeah, it was 96. Was 96? Yeah.
Oh, that's my best friend's favorite rapper, BIPOC.
By one by.
What?
But what do you call him?
Because you love talking about him.
Oh, you see, you were defending him the other day. Remember?
Mike Tyson went to jail in '92. Mike Tyson went to jail.
No, goat. He's your goat.
92.
92.
Oh yeah, it was 92. Yeah.
Yeah, he's your throat goat.
Your goat too.
He's your throat goat.
I want to say
guys,
3 to 4 months out of prison, he had his first fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Peter McNeely.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like when he came out of prison, he wasn't like mobile, flashy guy that you know.
Was clearly not
was
that
back in
kind
the
of
days.
Yeah,
I think he was. I think he was. I think he was out of his prime like already by like his mid-20s.
Evander Holyfield would have he would have beat Evander Holyfield. I'm gonna tell you why. Go look.
I believe that.
Hold on. Let me just say this point. The reason why I think that is because if you look at that first fight, Mike Tyson was piecing him up, with the combination to the body up top, but it was so predictable that Evander could prepare for it. He knew what was coming. Mike Tyson, before he went to prison, would have done it where he doesn't see it coming, and he gets caught with that. And he probably gets dropped.
I mean, the thing about that is too is that Holyfield was juiced to the gills by the time Tyson fought him. I mean, if you compare Holyfield from 1991 to 96, his traps, and then I mean that wasn't Evan Holyfield, that wasn't Evander Holyfield, that was Evan Fields, the Balco guy with the same address and that same address where Holyfield lived. That's where the fucking product was being delivered to, but it was being delivered to Evan Fields. What a name! But yeah,
I mean,
man.
Also,
Maybe
we have to remember that Holyfield was being really, really dirty in the fight because he was hitting Mike Tyson with headbutts to the eyebrows.
What was their first fight originally? What, 1990? Is that when it was supposed to happen?
1996. Well, the first. Okay, listen. Quick little history lesson, right? Right before he went to jail, after he had his rematch with Razor Ruddock, he was scheduled. That was 1991, like
91, yeah.
Summer of 91 or something like that. He was scheduled to fight Evander Holyfield. That's when he got arrested.
Yeah, fight's called off.
Yeah.
But like, I think that if they did fight in 91, Holyfield wasn't in his prime yet. I think Mike would have gotten him. Like, he went life and death with Burt Cooper. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
know why I agree with you? Because the combinations that he was catching Evander Holyfield in their first fight, okay, where it was so predictable, like he was stationary. Mike would have did that with more footwork, and I'm pretty sure he catches Evander Holyfield with a shot that he doesn't see coming, and Evander Holyfield gets dropped.
You know what's funny? Recognize? You know something that was completely out of Mike Tyson games when he came out of prison? That shuffle step.
Yeah. Yes.
That was completely out of his arsenal.
Yeah. It was not.
If he would have kept that, because the thing is, I remember people mentioning the fight. I remember my trainer told me, like, man, I remember watching that fight live, and everybody in the room was waiting Mike Tyson to do that, and you know, we kept on waiting and waiting. He was not able to do that. That's when he knew, like, he said, like, yo, I remember my father, like his father was like, oh man, I think this dude is out. I think this dude is out. And also, like, Holyfield was hitting him with a hell of headbutts. Yeah.
He was very dirty with those. There's a compilation actually on YouTube of the headbutts that he was whacking Tyson with. But it is interesting because we talked about this in an episode once. There was a guy on the Sherdog forum in the boxing version, the boxing side. He claimed to have sparred a shitload of this late 90s, early 2000s heavyweights. He said he sparred all George Foreman, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, Tua, and Vladimir Klitschko. He said Holyfield dropped him with a fusillade of shots that he didn't see coming, but he took everything George Foreman threw at him. He took everything Lewis threw at him, but he said it hurt. It fucking sucked getting hit by those guys. He said the only guy who knocked him out cold, where he had to wake up and go, "What the fuck happened?" was Klitschko, Vladimir Klitschko, with a lead left hook. But but he said what interested me about it was, he also took Tua's best shots, but he said it was highly unpleasant. But what impressed me was what he said about Holyfield. He said Holyfield could be on his toes, light you up, and then get out of the way. Light you up. That's something that a lot of heavyweights back then couldn't really, keep up with. But what interested me too was that Emmanuel Stewart, there's a documentary out there for the build up to the Lewis Holyfield fight, the first one, And Emmanuel Stewart, who trained Holyfield for the Bowl rematch, was telling Lewis, hey, this guy, Holyfield, he can't go more than 5-6 rounds. He doesn't like to do road work. I had to force him to do road work. Say, what? How the fuck did the guy not do? And it sort of makes sense because, Holyfield had a lot of balls. But he also had a lot of fights where thank you. But he also had a lot of fights where Holyfield did where he got into these lulls where he allowed himself to be hit, was playing. Some people say, he was playing possum, but I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with shitty stamina. So maybe that could have cost him too against Tyson, prime Tyson.
Did Klitschko hit him with an elbow?
Oh man!
No, but I think he groped him a bunch, like he did.
He probably did. Then knowing how he likes to grapple, Probably
he also said that sparring partner. He said, by the way, if you look me up, he said you won't know who I am because he only had 2 professional fights or something. But he said
I was arguing with somebody about Mike Tyson. And I forgot what he was his name, but he said to me, the reason why Mike Tyson is not an all-time great is because he's a rapist.
Oh,
that's as good a reason as any, right?
Yeah.
By that way, if you look into that case, it's pretty clear that he was railroaded. In that he didn't even have a proper lawyer. Don King, he says that in his autobiography. He says Don King says, "I'll take care of you. I got a lawyer for you," and he wasn't even a criminal. Defense, what do they call a criminal defense attorney? It was some guy who handled divorces or something like that. What the fuck are you? It was weird.
You said he was railroaded in prison. It's like
no, railroaded as in the jury.
Okay.
In the case. Come on, Alan. What the fuck?
I thought he was railroaded before prison.
Come on.
Holy shit.
Well, that's the thing that nobody wants to talk about. And Rapid's only one of the few people who brought it up. That whole, isn't it a little bit weird that this white guy, Cosdamato, he grabs a kid from the inner city, takes him out there in the middle of nowhere in a cabin, and all he does is train. And it's like, I don't know. And he hypnotized him too. He used to hypnotize Tyson. I don't know. That sounds like there was like a psychosexual element going on or something.
About Foxcatcher.
So are you saying he was doing that thing from like Meatspin? You remember that old website?
Meatspin, what
is that?
Oh, yeah.
Right. Anyhow,
I don't even know what that is. What is it?
I think I mean, you remember also that Costumaro also, like, he used to like sleep with his disciples, like Lamont Peterson. And also, he used to pick them up from foster homes. So it's kind of sketchy, When you think back then, like it's kind of sketchy.
Crazy.
Yeah. Remember the story that Tyson used to tell too, like the one where a guy he said he didn't like talk to people after fights because one time he did, and Customado got real. I'm gonna be real. He says because he thought people were stealing his fight, but he sounded jealous, jealous in another way.
So you're saying, my man, one dude said Mike isn't the GOAT because he's a rapist. So is this why Cuss isn't the GOAT trainer because of this?
No, come on, man. Come on. By the way, I'm not guessing.
I read Costumaro's book, and it's actually a really good book, man. He knew a lot about psychology. Mm-hmm. You can tell he knew a lot about fighters' mentality.
How to hypnotize
he also knew a lot of Yeah, he also knew a lot of you can tell he knew a lot about MK Ultra type things. Yeah, you can tell he was some type of trainee or something. Like his ties were really into the military as well.
Yeah, I mean he's the reason why Prime Mike was Prime Mike. It was a big reason because of him. So I mean, the proof is right there. But still, back to the Tyson thing. I still think Prime Lewis beats Prime Tyson. I stand by that.
Well, here's the other thing about that. If they allow clinching, I think Lewis has a very good chance. Now, if they prevent
hitting
clinching,
the clinch or clinching at all?
Clinching. I mean, if the ref does his job and says, "Hey, no clinch."
Oh yeah.
If they allow, I think underneath his chest, also.
I think Mike Tyson wouldn't be too fast again. That shuffle step, man. Oof.
I think it would have gone down like when Lewis fought David Tua. I think it would have been similar to that, where he just controls him the whole time, doesn't let Mike inside, punishes him for trying to come in.
The thing is, Mike Tyson, by the time he fought Holyfield, again, he wasn't doing moving his head like slide to slide.
Yeah.
going underneath, like when he used to go inside, and also again that hold up, and also again that shuffle step. Because the thing is, you take a step out of the line, but you actually in the blind side of your opponent. Doesn't matter what size you are, doesn't matter like what you do, you're always gonna get into that side, especially how fast Mike Tyson was. And the thing is, Tua didn't do none of those things. Tua was more a step-on fighter. When he fought Tyson in what 90 something or 2000,
2002.
Yeah, at the time he was more like David Tua than Mike Tyson.
Well, he didn't
was
even
moving
train
out
for
of the
that fight.
line. Yeah, he wasn't
Tyson
moving
didn't
out of
even
the
train.
line or nothing. He was just straight on fighter.
That fight is inconsequential because it was Tyson didn't even train. That's what he says in his book. The only thing he trained was his nose, shoving coke up it. But I mean, other than that, he had no training. And so yeah, it's he had 2 rounds in him, and after that.
Hey, by the way, that undercard is legendary.
And that's how talented Mike Tyson was, because Luis is still struggle with him a lot.
What what you saying? Lewis struggled with Tyson?
Yeah.
Not even in the first round.
He butchered him in that fight. I didn't see I don't remember. I can count on the fingers of my hands how many clean punches Tyson landed in that fight.
It was that.
Oh, my bad. I thought you guys were talking about Holyfield. My bad. Oh, but yeah, Louisa.
Oh, okay, Holyfield. Okay,
yeah. My bad.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then just to clarify, I was talking about the Tyson Lewis fight. Tyson didn't even train Lennox Lewis.
No, yeah, I remember he said it.
Yeah, he started coming in.
Remember the first?
He was 235.
Remember the first Tyson documentary that he did, like the sit down where he was, playing his whole life and shit. Like he said it.
I was just doing drugs the whole night, man.
I was doing cocaine. I was shoving it up my nose. It was a hard time.
I was partying all night, doing coke, smoking weed, and when I got to the thing, I was more or less like 18 hours up. Now I didn't do nothing.
I'm torn between Tyson doing so many drugs, because on the one hand, if he doesn't do drugs, he's out of his goddamn mind. He's self-destructive. But now that he's on drugs 24/7, you can't understand what the fuck he's talking about. He'll say these nonsensical things that sound deep, but they don't really mean anything. And the people around him can't say anything.
When he said, "My style is impetuous, my defense is impregnable," that was one of the greatest lines in sports history.
I agree, but what I'm saying is now that he's high all the time, now that he's on shrooms and medicated 24/7.
Podcast Mike.
He was on a podcast with the dog whisperer, the Mexican guy.
Oh my God,
Cesar Milan. And then Tyson goes, I agree with you, because at the end of the day, we're all just dogs. We're all dogs, and we all got a collar. We all got a collar, and we're all just looking for a home. And they just stare at him, nodding, because they're afraid to say, "Mike, what the fuck are you talking about?" Because they're afraid he's gonna bite their ears off, and it's uncomfortable, and he's not good on. Did you see him on the City Wolves card? Jim Lamb is like, "Let's go to that two-time heavyweight sensation, Mike Tyson," and Tyson he's sitting there for 30 seconds, and then he goes, I really like what Lopez is doing. Definitely like what he's doing. Lopez just shining. It's like, what the fuck, man?
No, but here's the thing. Like, I think the thing is, I remember Mike Tyson. He also has his own like weed brand, like the Tyson Ranch, and he also sells a whole bunch of like. Wait, hold up. He's got a whole bunch of like weed accessories, like clippers and shit like that. So he's into that life now. So that's why like his speech patterns that are kind of messed up. But before he was doing all that, like his podcast was actually good. He was like articulated. He used to show his borderline infinite library of boxing knowledge, because he knows everything, pretty much everything about boxing. Tell him like a random name about boxing.
Oh yeah. He fought in such and such date. He fought this great fighter.
And he tells you like the whole shit.
Yeah. Or when he has Sugar Ray on there, I studied the art of war. That's why.
Oh no, man, that was cringe.
I love you.
That was.
I love you.
He was crying for 30 seconds.
I know. That was crazy.
I remember.
That's all I think of.
Right. It got to a point, bro. Like he like just was out of air. I couldn't understand anything. He was like, I remember. Because I love you, man. I feel like a bitch.
So that's why you turn on caps lock, dude. I mean, not caps lock. Fucking caption.
That doesn't work, man. That doesn't. All it
Well, when
takes
he
is
said Roberto Duran,
Yeah, when it's on YouTube, yeah, I turn that shit on.
Roberto Duran, well, my dick got hard watching the fight. Like I remember when he said that shit, man.
No,
That
but
was
the thing is
crazy.
but sometimes YouTube look up what it does. It puts like on unable things when he can understand it.
Yeah.
What's that?
Like when that was my 3D printer. Sorry.
Well, do you still have a pager in 2025?
Yeah, what the fuck? That's for drug dealers, man. What the fuck?
He's a 1980s drug dealer.
Hey, yeah, I'm saying nothing, okay?
Yeah, sorry.
He's still serving.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah.
Sorry, I left you guys hanging.
Where you live
Sorry, I
again?
left you guys hanging for a few hours on the. Sorry, I left you guys hanging for a few hours on the.
No, trust me, you didn't leave us hanging.
Thing.
You didn't leave us hanging. Trust us. Trust me on that.
Yeah. Had the time.
I think a lot of people want to hang themselves when they hear you.
Yeah. You're leaving the mute button.
I'm kidding.
BDA, how long before you start doing shows on the boxing robots? Have you seen that on Twitter?
Yeah, I saw that. That was scary, man. That was scary.
Yeah, it's weird, but they're not coordinated. We could beat the shit out of them.
And that's the other thing is if you're watching robots fight, there's no real drama because they can't feel pain. That's the drama from watching two human beings fight. Is that
you got to put money on it. You got to put money on it.
No, but you know what it's gonna be. It should be like the engineering, right? It should be like the Chinese robot versus the German robot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's gonna be international.
If you watch two robots fight, then
let's just keep AI out of our lives.
Then that's how bad boxing has got us, bro. Like you guys are watching fucking robots.
We need robots for a good fight now. Yeah.
Hey, no, but I'll say this, man. I'll say this. When people that's one of the tropes that people always say, like, oh, back in my day, boxing used to be this and boxing used to be that. And I'm thinking, look at all the great fighters that there are today, man. I mean, just look at just in the top 10 pound for pound. There's a lot of entertaining fighters. There's a lot of skilled fighters.
Hey, I'll tell you this too. Recently, I was watching a random MVP card, and this was still, bad taste of the Garcia Canelo weekend. Bad taste, still fresh in my mouth. And I was watching a random MVP card of Pero, Daniel Pero, the big fucking Cuban dude. I don't know if any of y'all saw that fight. It was on a random MVP card. Heavyweight fucking Cuban, and he goes fucking life and death with this random Mexican dude. They're both like mid to late 20s, fucking 20-year-old prospects. They go fucking life and death. First round, I think his name is like Navarrete or something like that. He's getting his face beaten the fuck up, bloody fucking mess. Second round, he's bloody mess, lands a crazy overhand right. It was like knockout punch. Fucking Pero gets the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Gets dropped again, and now it's like a fucking heavyweight firefight on a random ass MVP card. And it's like, obviously these guys are not pay-per-view stars. I mean, obviously nobody fucking watched that fight, but
I think I watched it.
It was some good shit, man. On a random ass.
No, honestly, I thought I watched it. I think I noticed.
It was an MVP card. It was a random ass MVP card. He was the headliner, and they went fucking like life and death out there. Fucking, it was crazy, and there is still good boxing happening. It's just the good mainstream boxing is all in fucking England and shit. Like this last couple, Lee Wood, Eubank, fucking, even the Josh Taylor fight. That card was pretty solid. Like it's really sad that the tables have turned because back in the days, English boxing was like that was kind of the joke, but now it's turned, and now we're the fucking joke, and it's been that way. But now
they're both jokes, to be honest.
But if you compare them, who's the bigger joke? You know what I'm saying?
Being a contrarian, man.
They're both jokes. No, they're both jokes. I'm not being a contrarian. I'm just being intellectually honest.
You can't treat it like it's even. It's not even. It's not even at all.
What's the joke about it? What's bad about it?
UK stoppages, fucking blind ass referees, fucking judges with
they
fucking
get good
two
fights,
eyes.
though, but they get better fights.
Cross-eyed judges, and
even the Chisora Otto Wallin, that fight was like two shitters, and they went out there and they gave a fucking show. Fucking Johnny Fisher got knocked the fuck out, and it was fucking epic, man.
Hey, it is interesting. It is interesting though how stereotypes do. Sometimes they come from somewhere. Stereotypes, and Otto Wallin proved to be a Swedish cock. The way he's got an older guy in front of him. He's got an older guy in front of him in Chisora, and he lets himself get outworked by an old fat guy. I mean, I gotta tell you, that was embarrassing.
Hey, he got hit in the blue corner and he went down in the red corner. I never seen nothing like that.
Yeah, he floated. He floated all the way to over there, man. That was insane.
That was amazing, man.
He flew around the ring.
And what the fuck is next for Chisora? What, his big 50th fight? Like, he was promised a title fight. Then he got fucking lied out of that shit. What was he, IBF mandatory to fight Dubois? And then we just have to forget about that shit like it never happened? You know, they quietly removed him as a mandatory so that fucking someone else could fight.
What that means is whoever wins of Usyk Dubois, he most likely will have. Yeah.
What the fuck, man? You telling me we gonna get Usyk versus Chisora?
No, I'm just telling you, like, most likely that will happen.
Yeah, and then that's how Usyk retires, is by beating fucking Chisora undefeated.
No, I think, I mean, most likely Usyk will retire after the Dubois fight, because, man, well, what's left?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe
a trilogy with Joshua. I mean, shit. Like,
I don't know. Maybe Kabayel. I don't know.
I got a question for you guys regarding Chisora. Maybe it's just me overly paranoid. I don't know. You know how he always, every time he fights somebody, whether he wins or loses, he goes to the locker room and he gives him a hamburger and they eat hamburgers together.
Five Guys.
Would you trust those burgers from?
It's
I mean,
Five
I don't know.
Guys. I trust it. It's Five Guys.
No, but would you trust him that he didn't do? Would you trust him not to come in that burger or something?
You know what I thought about?
BDA, are you saying it's homemade seasoning? Five Guys?
Yeah, organic.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? When you put it that way.
You know what I remember? I don't know if any of you guys saw the movie when Adam Sandler was in prison, was playing football.
Oh, Longest Yard.
Yeah, you remember the guy Terry Crews? He used to pull over McDonald's out of his pants. Like,
Oh.
I thought about it when BDA said that. Like where does burgers come from?
All I'm just saying is I don't trust a guy. Imagine you just beat up a guy and he offers you a burger and it's on. You can tell that it's already been unwrapped and rewrapped, and you go, wait a minute.
Hey, look, if he beat me, I'd eat it.
He just pulled 2 burgers out of his cup, right? Like, hey.
Right in the ring. You don't even see the bag.
Why are we even talking about this? I don't know if some of you guys bring this shit up.
It was you.
Imagine if Chisora gets his last fight against Pulev for the regular, and then he gets to retire technically as world champion. You know, that's probably the best outcome for Chisora.
I wouldn't mind, man. Like, that guy, man, fought everybody.
He's an old school fighter. You know what I mean? That's why people like him.
I think, and I mentioned this before, I think the Hall of Fame should make something for, like, journeyman. Because 1, they made like the bone of the sport, and 2, for the most part, man, 1, they fight or challenge everyone, and 2, well, yeah, same shit.
Well, and the thing is, like,
also like because like resume was just because you fought everyone, and you know, like for example, like Rosado, in my opinion, he's not a bitch. Berlanga ducked him, but. And he got robbed by Danny Jacobs. But when you his resume,
right. He got robbed by Daniel Jacobs, and he got robbed by Peter Quinlan. He was winning.
He's defending Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans.
Oh, Dominican, dog.
Yeah,
I'm Dominican, and Rosario said yo no sabo, so fuck him.
I'm fucking around.
Journeyman deserved that spot of recognition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you go to like the list, man, he fought everyone in that fucking division.
Yeah. I was like, you know, and the thing is too, is I feel like with a lot of the journeyman fighters, there's a certain kind of like unpredictability they bring to their fights. You know, like, honestly, one of my like favorite not good fighters is Hasim Rahman, because anytime you watch something fucking wacky was happening, you know what I'm saying? It was like guaranteed entertainment. If it was a big fight, you know, something was happening.
You know, you just remind me of an anecdote. Remember Rahman got his ass knocked out by Maskaev, right? He got knocked out of the ring. Out of the ring, right? And then he rematched Maskaev in 2006, I want to say, like, you know, almost 7-8 years later. And then Maskaev, because Maskaev had won a vacant title or something. So now Rahman is about to fight him. And then Maskaev's promoter goes, you know, we're going to appeal to the commission. We want to put padding around the ring just in case, you know, just that was
I didn't know that.
Funny. They were shitting
that.
on the guys like, yeah, we want to commission some padding around the ring so in case he goes out again.
You know what? You know what? He lost in the last second of that fight, and he lost in the very last second.
What stands out to me is fucking Lennox Lewis' love affair for watching Rockmart get knocked out in the last round.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh my, you're right. You're right. He was going crazy.
It's over.
It's over. It's
I remember him
over.
saying,
Bro, you can tell he put like $100 from Rockmart.
Oh my
No,
god.
not only that, Severino, not only that, he hated Rockmart. Lennox Lewis hates Hasim Rockmart.
Hey, and I'll never forget for the rematch, before the rematch, Rahman, or what is it? They were on ESPN and they said, Lewis, how do you feel that Rahman called you gay? And Rahman said, I didn't say you was gay. I said what you did was gay, making him do the mandatory rematch. And then they started fighting on the fucking set. They didn't throw a punch. They were like wrestling, like pushing each other over the table. But that was a good feud, and that really carried Rahman. Because what, the next shit was the Holyfield fight, where his fucking shit blew up, his forehead,
second
head, that was insane. And then, what was it? After that, he had, he had the Moskaev rematch. That Moskaev rematch, by the way, that last second knockout, have y'all ever seen when Shannon Briggs fought Lahovich? And last 12th round of that fight, it's like the underwater level of Mario. Like, they are throwing slow motion fucking punches. And Briggs was actually behind on the cards, and it's like 30 seconds left in the fight. And he drops Lahovich. And Lahovich, like, stomach hanging out the ring. Ref is counting him. You got like 5 seconds left in that fight. And Briggs is just swinging these labored ass punches. Lahovich is against the ropes, and right as the bell rings, Lahovich falls out the fucking ring, lands with his head hitting the fucking bell, and the ref waves it off with 1 fucking second left in that shit.
Wait! That was a stoppage. I thought that was a decision win for.
It was stoppage. Once it was 12th round, 2 minutes 59 seconds stoppage, and it's insane.
I always thought that was but you're right though. Shannon Briggs looked horrible in that fight. He was all muscled up. He wasn't doing shit. And then he wins, and that's how bad that division was in 2006. Because just based off that win, Shannon Briggs, was it 07 or was it?
Or I think 06 or 07. Yeah, he might have lost it in 07.
And then he wins that title. He doesn't do shit for 11 and a half rounds, like you said. At the last minute, pulls it out of his ass because Lajkovic was so shit. And then just the base of that, he's on Ring Magazine. He's on ESPN. He's parading him around. Yeah, that's how bad the heavyweight division was. That this guy won, an American one who could talk, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, And then all of a sudden he loses it to what was the guy's name? The church.
Oh, it was Ibragimov, yeah. Well, and the next heavyweight American champion was Wilder, which was like 8 years later. So it's like, I don't know if that's great for Shannon Briggs, but I mean, I guess for him, like, when he says I was a world champion, I don't want to say it's an asterisk, but to me, that's one of my favorite 12th rounds in boxing because it's just so ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? He could they could both barely stay on their feet. And I think that's the only time a fight has ever been stopped with 1 second left. A world title fight, especially. I mean, Chavez and Taylor, that was like 4 seconds, 3 seconds left.
I remember after on ESPN or something, ESPN Friday Night Fights, he's in the studio and they're talking again. It was the big win, right? Like he's a new contender or something. Meanwhile, he's in his late 30s. He can't throw more than 5 punches per round. And then they're asking him about, you said you've had issues before with asthma. Well, what's going on now? Oh, now everything's great. I've got some new medication. I'm thinking, some new medication. So what now? Now you can throw 7 punches instead of 5 per round? I mean, it was fucking weird. That heavyweight division, I actually stopped watching the heavyweight division in 2009. Because it was just so horrible with Klitschko.
Oh, yeah. Like that mid-era, like Layman Brewster, that's one of my favorite heavyweights of all time. Briggs won Brewster's title through Lahovich. And honestly, I thought Brewster had a hell of a run with that title because he beat Klitschko for it. That was an incredible fight. He fucking destroyed Andrew Golota. That was incredible too because that could have been a close and competitive fight, but he didn't allow it to go that way. And then
that was the best. Every time Golada would get knocked down, he would have this wide-eyed stare, like he just got electrocuted or something. That guy was a maniac, man.
Yeah, like steam coming out his ears, like
yeah, like he would get dropped, and he's like, you can tell he's breathing hard. It's like, what the fuck, man? Relax. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, and then he lost the title against Lahovic, and that was like an incredible fight. That was like heavyweight Gotti Ward.
Yeah, Lyman Brewster was in some good fights, man. He was also in a good fight against there was his 1996 Olympian Lawrence Claybay.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
He fought Lyman Brewster on. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a time when hip hop was really starting to shine, and HBO, in its infinite wisdom, decided to do a KO Nation, which was like a hip hop theme. Yeah, with Kevin Kelly. Yeah, and that was where it was on. It was Lyman Brewster versus Lawrence Claybay. And that was another good fight.
ATN, Clifford ATN.
Oh, you're right. Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. It was clear.
Because ATN fought Claybay, and that's my favorite heavyweight fight ever. Claybay versus ATN. That's an incredible fight. That was on a undercard for Lennox Lewis, I think.
Isn't Etienne in jail now because he tried to rob a bank or something?
I think he is. Yeah, they said 105-year prison sentence without parole.
Jeez, Louise.
Wait, who?
Clifford ATN. He's the one. He fought Mike Tyson and he got knocked out. Mike Tyson said, "I broke my back."
Yeah, that was
I broke my spinal.
Spinal.
Yeah. What type of injury? Spinal.
Yeah, 105 years for robbery?
I broke my back. I broke
105, yeah, for robbery. He done a lot. He been in and out. He been in and out for so many things. As soon as he lost to Tyson, he was crashing out, man, like crashing out hard.
Well, didn't he made a lot of money for that fight?
For the Tyson fight, he got destroyed in 30 seconds.
When it comes to the USA, you can kill people, you can molest people, but don't you dare steal their money, man. Still mess with banks and they are the IRS and they'll fucking
kill the wise man, whatever. But
exactly,
you put a comma on in the wrong fucking banknote and your ass is doing time.
Exactly, yeah.
Damn.
But,
well, and it circles back to Fresno Kendo because ATN fought Fresno Kendo, and they say he went down 7 times all in that fight before being stopped in the 8th.
Right.
Which is like, damn, man, you went down 7 times against Fresno Kendo, who, I mean, he was a good fighter, but like, come on, man, like he just had that classic against Claybay, and he beat Lyman Brewster.
That was peak Papa Trinidad, who was training Okendo at the time, and he had his son Felix Trinidad, who was number 1 pound for pound or thereabouts. So
at the time, yeah.
Yeah, but then that ended, and nobody ever went to Papa Trinidad for any training.
Yeah, man. That's too bad, because I mean, like history, I think like one of the biggest historical what ifs is like, imagine if Hopkins lost against Trinidad, because that completely changed. Like for Tito, he was never the same. He went from being the best fighter, no doubt, to being like, everything is in jeopardy. And then for Hopkins, he's like anti-establishment, and he began his campaign again. Like what? He wanted that Roy Jones fight 50-50, kept going on and on about that. He was talking shit to Larry Merchant. He was fighting all the mandatories. He had the shit with Lou DiBella. Like I think like Trinidad would have been in the same conversation as like Mosley, De La Hoya, Pacquiao. He would have been like the Pacquiao type of fighter if he had won that fight. Because you look at the Mayorga fight, when he came back, you would see that fight and you would think he was the fucking like pay-per-view all-star of the mid-2000s. And he wasn't, and it's like, it was that Hopkins fight. Trinidad could have been like one of the greatest, in terms of legacy. Obviously, he had his technical flaws, but in terms of legacy, he could have had that like Manny Pacquiao type, Shane Mosley type. And that Shane Mosley fight, fuck that Winky Wright fight, man. I love Winky, one of my favorites. But if Felix Trinidad fought Mosley, that's the only. Honestly, fuck Riddick Bowe versus Lewis. Give me Shane Mosley versus Trinidad. Give me Shane Mosley versus Trinidad, man. Like, not fuck them, but that to me would be the number 1 fight. Like that should have happened. That never did happen.
I know, but because you said fuck Mosley, fuck Wright, fuck Riddick Bowe. Like, eventually,
all, dude.
I'm saying fuck all of them. Disregard them. Disregard them.
D wants to stretch them out. That's why your name is D. You want to stretch
he wants to stretch out that brown nose, but he's
Go on. But that's one of the fights that never happened. Trinidad Mosley. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what could have been? Could have also ended up a little bit like Joppy Trinidad because Mosley fought with his hands down too.
I mean, I don't know. Mosley, I think, was too tough for all that. You know what I mean? I think he would have been too tough for that. I think he would have tried to overwhelm Trinidad, and man, like, because of what? I mean, they would have had that like 147, 140, like, man.
Yeah, that 1999, the year 2000, similar to 2025 in terms of you got 3 top guys in the pound for pound list. And they have good arguments being the top guys because back then you had Mosley who was looking invincible at lightweight and then he beat De La Hoya. You had Roy Jones who was he had no competition. He was wiping everybody out there at light heavyweight, and then you had Trinidad who was on a fantastic run. Those could have been interchangeable. All those guys, number 1 pound for pound.
Yeah, but, no, it was real competitive.
But when you were talking about Trinidad was on the cusp of being considered the best fighter of all time because that run that he'd been on, he beats De La Hoya. Okay, controversial. Then he moves up to 154.
Yeah, that was a gift decision.
Yeah, whatever. He won. He won.
I mean, of course, the Puerto Rican bias.
Why are we arguing about it? Who won?
He got a gift decision.
Like Hillary Clinton said, what difference does it make now? But, what I'm saying is that Trinidad went on that fantastic run at 154, beating up these undefeated guys. Then he moves up to middleweight, and in his first fight, takes on the number 2 guy and wipes the floor with him. So people were saying, I remember on KO Magazine, they said, if he beats Hopkins and then he beats Roy Jones, because that was a plan that if he beat Hopkins, he was going to fight Roy Jones. They were saying he was going to be the next, him and Sugar Robinson were going to be the next, the top 2 guys ever.
And he would have beat Roy. I think if they fought at middleweight, he would have beaten Roy because Roy was light heavyweight at that time, skipping cruiserweight. Man, Roy would have been way too drained in there against Trinidad at middleweight.
Well, plan, if you remember, the plan was for the fight to happen at 168.
Damn. Oh man.
Trinidad said, right going into the Hopkins fight, Trinidad said, if I have to go up to 175 and fight him, I'll do that too.
Damn. I think he would have beat him at 168 too then. Honestly.
Nah. You're going.
Look, I think Trinidad at that particular time understand what he was doing. So he's like, look, if I fight Roy Jones and lose, that's where I lose, so be it. I still go down in the history book because Roy was being considered at that particular time the greatest fighter that ever lived. Like, yeah.
No doubt.
Can I ask something? Was there like some breaking news, boxing wise, or is this just a random late night stream?
It's a random stream.
Ain't no breaking news. I wish.
I thought there was some breaking news.
It's about as random as he can get. But Roy Jones, I mean, I've said it before. Roy Jones is if there. Let's say you end up dying, right, and you go to an alternate dimension, and there's this like Mortal Kombat type tournament, and they go, listen, you gotta pick. We're gonna send you to hell unless you pick a fighter to beat this champion that we've got. But you gotta pick a boxer from across history. Who would you pick? One of my top picks would be Roy Jones, prime Roy Jones.
Yeah.
Because he was so fast, but it's interesting because we've seen quick fighters before. Like Amir Khan was lightning fast, Zab Judah was fast, Inoue is very very fast, especially the younger version.
Yeah,
Roy Jones was fast. Camacho too. Roy Jones was fast, but he knew what to do. Somebody once said that he was a power puncher with fast hands.
Yeah,
I agree. The only thing I didn't like about him. Yeah, deadly combination. And on top of that, he knew what to do with it because a lot of people, the legend about Roy Jones is, or the misconception is, once he slowed down physically, then it was game on. Everybody could beat him. And I'm thinking that's not true because, like I said, there's been guys before who had speed and power and they couldn't do half of what Roy Jones did. Roy Jones accomplished it because he was incredibly talented, gifted physically, but he also knew what to do with it. He knew how, I mean, that's why he if you watch him on HBO as a commentator, sometimes he would predict like, this is going to happen, blah, blah, and then 2 rounds later, it happens. So he knew how to read.
Yeah. He was like Rolly Romero if he wasn't autistic.
Oh, stop it. If you take away Roy's freakish ability, physical ability, I think he's still a good boxer, but he'll be like in the medium, like the mid level.
Yeah, but you see, that's too much. What if? Like that's like, what if?
I know it is, but I'm saying
greatest?
that's what separated him from everybody else is his
You see,
physical.
we had an argument, BDA. Remember this? Somebody was saying that what Roy Jones doesn't really acquire. It's not really skill set. I'm like, what do you mean? He's practicing those punches.
Exactly.
That is the skill set. Like,
And Roy
like,
wasn't
okay.
the hardest puncher, but he punched hard enough.
Here's another thing. Right? Like, go watch that Reggie Johnson fight. Right? Like, dude, he does something that you can't see with the naked eye. That's how fast he does it. What he did was that's high boxing IQ. There's a knockdown, right? I think it was the first knockdown or maybe the second knockdown, because he knocked him down twice. It was like, if memory serves me right, it was the second round and the fourth round. He basically he beats him every second of every round. It went 12 rounds, and I think it was the second knockdown. Reggie Johnson throws one of his sneaky lead right jab, right? What he does is Roy sees it, blocks it, but what he's really doing is he's cuffing it down so that way he can't defend what's coming. Okay? And that was the fast 1-2, right? His left and right. Boom, boom, boom. But everybody just gets caught up on the speed of his 1-2. It's like, no, he set it up by the way he blocked that punch.
Exactly.
Oh, it's the way he played it.
But recognize, if you and I have the same exact. Go ahead. My bad.
What I would say is this: he put him in a position where he couldn't defend himself. He could not defend himself.
I was gonna say, if you and I have the same exact skill set, but you're just much faster and explosive than me, you don't think that makes a difference?
No, of course it does. But this is what I would say to that, right? Roy was asked, like, how did he have, by Andre Ward, how did he have this incredible physique and then the speed? It's that natural. He said, no, we worked on that every single day. Every day, my father had me work on that every day, which I knew already. Like, okay, yes, there are some abilities you're born with, like, you know, let's say for your height, you have
a
little bit, you have an above average reach, right? And muscle definition that allows you to punch harder or throw the punches faster. Yeah, I get all that. But to execute these punches at a proper time, that takes practice. You have to practice that. You cannot just say, well, I just woke up and I'm born the way I am and I'm gonna execute punches.
I mean, look at a current guy like Pandora, right? He has the reach and height to like box at a distance, but he doesn't know how to or can. He has to brawl. He has to go on the inside. He can't help it.
And what I would say about Roy Jones is, again, I would repeat what I said earlier, that there have been guys who were fast and who had a combination of speed and power, and they couldn't do half of what Roy Jones did. And it's not like Roy Jones was that much faster or stronger than these guys. It's just he figured out a way with that fucking rooster style of his how to fucking implement it. And I would also say this: he could punch with either hand. He could punch it with the right. He could throw mean right hands to the body. He could throw the left hook to the body. He could throw the gazelle hook. The only weak spot was the jab, although he had a good up jab, but he wasn't always the best jabber. But so, like I said, that all of that takes practice. That is skill. That's not physical talent. And I think that's what a lot of people miss when they say, "Oh, Roy Jones was all talent and no skill."
I think based on what you said earlier,
he didn't have.
I think what you were saying earlier, Mr. BDA, about which fighter you would pick. For me, it'll be Pretty Boy Floyd. He combines great athleticism with a great skill set. I think
his skill set is illegal in boxing. Nice try.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion, but
it's not my opinion. It's your opinion. It's a fact that he uses forearms and elbows.
An opinion, it is what it is.
No. He uses elbows in his style. That's a fact. Just because you're blind to it doesn't mean that it's an opinion. I mean, he's a Walmart Muay Thai fighter, if I'm gonna be honest.
I would be more confident in picking Jones than picking Mayweather because Mayweather. I mean, if we have the power of having watched all of their careers, let's say I pick Mayweather, and then the guy that they pick his opponent is Duran. I'd be shitting my pants. I'd be like, fuck, I don't know if because just based off the Castillo fights and the Maidana fights. But with Roy Jones, when he was prime Roy Jones, he barely lost any rounds, even against James Toney and Hopkins. So if I'm choosing prime Roy Jones and they bring up, what's his name, Foster? What's his first name again? The light heavyweight guy. What was his first name? Foster, the light heavyweight, tall light heavyweight guy from the 60s and 70s.
Bob Foster.
Yeah, Bob Foster. I'd still be like, okay, I'm a little bit worried because the guy can crack a very long fighter, but Roy Jones probably just beats him to the punch. That's a tricky puzzle to solve with Roy Jones, prime Roy Jones.
Right, this is the guy who
Ray Leonard is in this conversation.
Against Roy Jones, or
we're talking about boxers right now, Durkee. Come on now. We're not talking about Muay Thai fighters in boxing.
Hey, you tell me.
Wait.
I think
I said Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, but are you saying Sugar Ray Leonard versus like Roy Jones against Roy Jones, or are you saying picking Leonard in this hypothetical tournament?
If we're talking about like fighters that you would pick to beat anybody in history. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, he would be one of the picks. But again, if you look at his career, then you look. I mean, like let's say I pick Leonard and they pick Hearns, I'd be like, fuck, because Hearns had his style. You know, he had that ability to outbox him too from the outside. So I wouldn't be that confident. But if you tell me, hey, Roy Jones versus Tommy Hearns, maybe Tommy Hearns could outbox Roy Jones from the outside, but we never really saw prime Roy Jones get outboxed by a tall guy.
Right. We never did. And here's another thing, right? Even Tommy Hearns, who had that fucking jab is literally a fucking weapon, like of mass destruction, bro. I could see Roy getting through that jab and fucking catching him with one of those awkward, I don't know what to call them, hook / uppercut, right? It was like it was a combination. I can see him catching Tommy Hearns, and then Tommy Hearns gets discombobulated, and Roy finishes him off, right? Now, the question becomes, okay, the question is, what fighter would you pick to beat everybody? And then I would say, well, if everything was equal, right? If everybody was the same size, et cetera, et cetera. Look, a guy like Floyd would be in that conversation. But the reason why I would pick guys like Roy over somebody like Floyd Mayweather was this uncanny ability to knock your fucking head off. That's the difference, right? So in a sport of boxing, hold on, let me finish my point, please. In a sport of boxing, where the harder you punch, right, the more power you can generate, and you can execute that guy's gonna get the edge. He's gonna get the edge over the hypothetical. Who would you pick?
I'm picking the smarter boxer.
I would think the big difference is the referee. Shout out to Kenny Shameless.
You know what? I just realized something. Yeah, you're right. The referee does play a part in it. But I just realized something. Maybe I'm overrating Roy Jones a little bit here because he did struggle against Eric Harding, who was a long southpaw. And I'm thinking now, what if he never really fought any Soviet guys because they weren't in the professional ranks at the time?
That's a good point, right? That is.
What if he fought a guy like Kovalev, or I'm pretty sure like a prime Kovalev, he still had a little bit of bitch in him. Like you could make him clinch, hurt him to the body. But Bivol and Beterbiev, oof. Now I'm starting to rethink. I don't know if I wouldn't be so confident.
Those guys, PDA, are naturally bigger than Roy, and they would have had the skill set to negate a lot of the stuff that he does because they're very technical boxers, right? Jab, good footwork, etc. They're very like. Okay, I'll give you an example. If yeah.
You mean rabbit punching? The technique?
Listen, you act like that's the only part of his game.
Yeah, you recognize. Come on, man. You know better.
Only effective. If you're saying that that's the only effective part of his game, okay, fair enough. I don't agree with you on that. Like he has good footwork. Okay, he knows how to set up punches. Okay, he's more than what you're saying, that the rabbit punching or whatever. Well, okay, fine. What I'm saying is technical fighters, really like real well-schooled technical fighters, have that skill set to negate a guy like Roy Jones. Yes, that I agree with. Whether they could do it in a fight, I don't know. But those would be the guys, Beterbiev, Kovalev, especially Kovalev in his prime, that with that jab, he could probably disrupt a lot of shit that Roy wants to do.
I can only imagine how Ward versus Roy Jones would probably have thrown everything in the kitchen sink, headbutts, elbows, just anything to try to.
Oh yeah, elbows, forearms, hit.
Did you see the ass that's on the? Did you see the ass that's on screen?
That's Amol in the chat. I don't know who. That's Sergeant.
No, that's my cousin. No, I'm kidding.
Is that a male ass or female ass?
What's up, Andre Ward might beat a guy like Roy Jones. He's a smart fighter.
Yeah, maybe.
Who'd you take? You said
he might make it boring, but he could probably beat a guy like Roy Jones. He's
who we're talking about?
Ward versus Roy Jones. Like he's got a higher ring IQ than Roy Jones.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he might not be as gifted as Roy. Nobody is, but I think he's.
This is what I'll say, Dirk. He might be able to give him the fight, and if he did make it a little harder than that, then maybe you're right. He might give him the kind of fight that B-Hops gave Roy at middleweight.
Oh, headbutts and elbows, yeah.
Andre Ward is like the opposite of Roy Jones. Like everything he does is based on his skill, not his physical gifts, because he's not really gifted physically.
No, he is gifted physically. Ward is
not like Roy,
not movement, but in terms of like the athletic the athleticism that he possesses, he's a gifted athlete without a doubt.
Who's the most athletic guy right now? Like current guy, I can't really think of anybody.
Oh, that's easy. That's Boots Ennis. And
come on,
are you serious right now?
I don't know. He is athletic, but I feel like there's somebody else. Like I just can't think of him. But
I think Bam is more athletic.
Athletic? I don't know. Athletic. What do you guys consider athletic? Like overall?
Explosive, speed, reach, power.
Oh my!
Have you seen Caleb Plant? Have you seen?
What about having a disadvantage to reach?
Have you seen that Caleb Plant? Have you seen that Caleb Plant move where he grabs himself onto a pipe and then he stays horizontal? I mean, come on, that's pretty gosh darn athletic right there, man. Why? Because he's white, you're not gonna give him the athleticism.
I think there's only three guys. Puerto Rican or something.
I think there's only three guys in the conversation, maybe four if you include Crawford. Inoue, Teofimo, and Boots Ennis.
Teofimo. I would say Teofimo's the most athletic guy right now.
You cannot include Boots. It's good to look fucking athletic against midgets. Fucking a lot.
I mean, no, Boots is athletic though. You know what? So I would say though.
I mean, this is gonna sound crazy, but he looks athletic versus big guys.
Athletic is athletic. You're fighting big guys, small guys. Athletic is athletic.
Like, I'd say Usyk.
Well, I got shit on. I got shit on once.
Go ahead.
In the build up to the Inoue Fulton fight, I got shit on because I said we were doing that comparison thing where we give one guy who has a better jab, who has the better this, blah blah. When it came to hand speed, I said Inoue had faster hands, but that Fulton was more athletic. Because my definition of athleticism is not necessarily fast of hands, but
I think we know what your definition of athleticism is.
Which is what?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, bro.
The five guys coming from earlier.
Nah, what does that have to do with athleticism? I don't know. So you guys consider coming on a hamburger? Come on, man. Come on. What does that have to do with?
We're kidding.
What I was gonna say was athleticism to me is also dexterity. Like if you can move the weight, the upper body movement and all that. And to me, like Teofimo Lopez, he's got that. It's not so much hand speed as much as it might be foot speed. Jumping high or because like Shakur Stevenson jumps from one side of the ring to the other. That takes athleticism to do. You got to be pretty explosive to do that. So it's dexterity.
By that definition, Canelo's pretty athletic, underrated athletically. Then.
Well, that's because he's slow of feet. People don't give him credit.
Yeah, but upper body wise, he's quick. No, Canelo's athletic.
Yeah, he is.
His lower body betrays him. He's got good upper body movement, but his lower body is why.
But that's the athleticism. The thing with him though is that he no matter what, he always gasses out. I see videos of him doing like road work and it looks like it's heavy, but he no matter what, doesn't have that fucking that tank.
Sugar Ray Leonard, bro, that's an athletic fighter, bro. Like quick lateral move, easy hand speed, great power. Like that, he's a crazy athlete. Even Pretty Boy Floyd.
He always did that pity pat shit towards the ending of the rounds.
Oh, Pacquiao was athletic. Would you consider Pacquiao athletic?
With Hagler, and you want to judge his whole career. You must not watch it.
He was doing pity pat. You're not watching, bro. You're fucking half blind. What are you talking about? You're legally half blind. I don't even want to hear that bullshit.
Go look at Sugar Ray's knockout of what's that fighter BDA? Was it Danny Green or some shit like that?
Davey Boy Green.
Davey Boy Green. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking that up right now. Sugar Ray Leonard was athletic. What the fuck?
That knockout, he looked like a welterweight Lomachenko. Like that's like a with probably more power.
What was the name?
No. Lomachenko looks like him. He doesn't look like Lomachenko.
Davey Boy Green.
Yeah, let's not be disrespectful.
Yeah, go look at the. Yeah, excuse me. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like he was.
Yeah, but Leonard did that in moment. He didn't like.
That's that Maryland power.
He did it in spurts.
Bro, what are you talking about? Sugar Ray has a lot of one-punch knockouts.
You talking about?
Yeah, especially at
yeah.
Go put your glasses back on.
Yo.
What kind of idiot even argues that Sugar Ray?
I was asking me, go look at Sugar Ray's knockout of Davey Boy Green. Bro, it's insane.
Sound like a gunshot when he hit with that left hook.
Bro, it's
like
at
he went up to 175 and knocked the guy out. Like that should tell you all you need to know.
Well, it was the
catch. The guy had a mullet too.
Yeah, it was a catch.
The guy had a mullet. To
be fair to Sugar Ray Leonard, the guy that he beat, which is the original Golden Boy, Danny Boy.
Lalonde.
Yeah, he was from Canada. That guy was a career super middleweight, and then he went up to light heavyweight, won a belt.
Yeah, but recognize. You just said it. He's from Canada. We can't give him credit for that.
Now wait a minute. What's going on here?
Everybody knows niggas can't fight. No, I'm kidding.
I'm not gonna have this. I'm gonna tell Butcher to shut the show down. But it is interesting though that Leonard. What was I gonna say about Leonard, man? Oh yeah, he was beating the shit out of people when they were feeding him tomato cans and all that. And then when he was fighting gatekeepers, like when he fought Floyd Senior. Yeah, he gave that guy. That was scary, man.
And here's the thing: you got to understand something. That's prospect Sugar Ray Leonard.
Exactly.
Yeah, 13-0.
That's not prime Sugar Ray Leonard. You know.
How many fights does Sugar Ray have? Like 60?
No.
Less than that. Way less.
A little, like 40, 41 fights.
For real?
They were pretty. Yeah.
I feel like everybody from his era had like 60 fights.
Check this out. Look at his best wins on his resume. Ready? It's let's start with Alfredo Benitez. Okay, that's one. His second is Roberto Duran. Okay.
What about Hagler?
His third is Tommy Hearns, and then Hagler. And if you look at those wins, three out of those 4 wins, 3 of them are stoppages. They're all
his career is more about his career is more about quality of opponent. It's not necessarily quantity.
Right.
Exactly. Quality over quantity, absolutely. And it's interesting too because if you look at that Sugar Ray Leonard Duran fight, Duran was the guy coming up, and I was saying that on another show. If that fight were to take place today, how many people would be saying, "Oh, well, Leonard's going to wipe the floor with him"? Because Duran struggled with Esteban de Jesus. So therefore, Leonard's going to win. But you see how that doesn't always work out when it comes to making predictions. But the interesting thing too about
didn't mostly do that with De La Hoya, right? De La Hoya was at welterweight when he jumped up to fight him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the thing about Roberto Duran, right? Because he had he was Sugar Shane Mosley. He was Sugar Shane Mosley before Shane Mosley, right? Like he had like a whole different part of his career. Like there's his lightweight career. He had that. That was like, I don't know, 50-something fights or some shit like that. He only lost once.
Oh yeah, it was. Never.
You know, the other interesting thing about that because after he beat Duran, then it's like, okay, now you get your revenge against Duran. What's next? And here comes Tommy Hearns, and it's interesting because that fight took place in 1981. Now I wasn't, conscious to witness that, but from what I understand, the build up to it was insane because here you have Sugar Ray Leonard, right, Mr. America, gold medalist. He gets his revenge over Duran. He's got speed. He's got power. And then comes Tommy Hearns. He doesn't have the gold medal. He doesn't have the backing, the machine behind him. But he was the hardcore boxing fans pick because of that. Because they didn't like, as always, nobody really likes the cash cow, right? Oh, he's got benefits. He's got privilege. So people were rooting for Hearns. Check this out. They were both. I think they were in their mid-20s when they fought each other.
Yeah, mid-20s.
Mid-20s, and they.
Sugar Ray was 25 and Tommy Hearns was like 23.
It's fucking insane.
When I hear that, you guys say like, oh, they fought for the first time in this year, and I'm just thinking like, oh, they have to be like 31, 32. 25, it's like they're still kids in the sport. Yeah. They're still just getting their feet wet.
You know what's crazy about that, right? So a little backstory, and BDA kind of mentioned it. So he had just gotten his revenge over Roberto Duran. He also, then his next fight, he goes up to junior middleweight and he fights some African dude and he knocks him out. And so everybody's like, oh, you're going to stay up there. They're like, nah, I'm going to come back down and fight that Tommy Hearns dude that everybody keeps telling me about, and I'm going to fight him.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Ayub Kaluuya.
How old were Leonard and Duran when they fought? They were like, what, 22?
Duran was 29. Yeah, Duran was 29. Leonard was 24. And just to think about this, gentlemen, Duran was 71 and 1. Yeah, Duran was 29.
Okay, check this out. Duran was 29 with like 80 fights already.
God damn.
71 and 1.
That's fucking crazy.
Yep, 71 and 1. Yep.
Yeah, excuse me.
Oh, he had a loss already?
70 fights. Yeah, he had his one loss against Esteban de Jesus, who he later beat twice. Now, in fairness to de Jesus was coming up in weight when he fought him, right? He was a super featherweight. De Jesus, I think that was anybody could correct me if I'm wrong about this. I think that was a non-title fight. I think it was a non-title.
The first one. Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, the first one was a non-title fight. He goes in there and he pretty much like kind of shocked the world. He drops Duran and he beats him. I'm not going to say he whitewashed him, but he won the fight. Like, he won. And so, of course, Duran revenges that fight 2 times because, he gave him a rematch. Duran knocks him out in the rematch, or stops him, and then stops him again in the third fight.
Mayweather could have fought them guys. Mayweather talked all that. Man. Well, what's up, BDA? What's happening?
Oh, Uncle Charles, man, what's up?
Yes, sir. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna get the hell on up out of here. I hear all these fighters. Some fighters stay in the game way too long. My friend, my best fighter, Roy Jones. I love Roy Jones. He's one of the greatest fighters of all time. But Roy Jones, did you know when Roy Jones went up to heavyweight and he took the heavyweight title, that he didn't go ahead and say, I'm retired? Well, maybe he should, because later on he was getting his ass knocked out by people that you can't even pronounce their name. I'm going to tell you that right now. He got his ass knocked out to everybody. What is his name? I don't know. I can't pronounce it. Even if you wrote his name down, you still couldn't goddamn figure out who the hell he was. Let me tell you something. Mayweather, he don't like Sugar Ray Leonard. And I know why he don't like him. Because Sugar Ray Leonard whooped his daddy's ass. See, he whooped his ass, and then Sweet Pea whooped his uncle ass. And see, everybody's talking about how great people are until the film come up. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me just say this, and I'm going to get the hell on up out of here. I always give you a closing. Let me tell you something. Either you in the game or your ass is out the game. But I just say this to all the American people. Back then, you used to have a birthday party, and the woman pop up out the cake and say, surprise. Then 30 years later, the balloons and the confetti hit the ground. Now, a dude pop out the cake with some speedos on, naked, with a candle hanging out of his ass, on fire. I don't know what to do anymore, but keep on pushing on. That's all I can do. Let me tell you something. Du Bois will be the heavyweight champ of the world. He's going to beat Usyk. I don't know how the hell he's gonna do it, but he's gonna have to do it because this is the only and last damn shot. And I appreciate y'all.
Shout out to Uncle Charles bringing the heat as always.
I'll give a bold prediction. What?
Uncle Charles, isn't that a brand of rice?
Hey, it's saying the rematch versus. It's saying the rematch and it's saying the rematch of Duran versus whatever his name is. Jesus. Where he says Duran got knocked out in the first round and then he knocked him out. That's crazy. Then that's a rematch.
He fought him 3 times. So the first time Esteban, like I said, he kind of shocked the world, beats Roberto Duran, right? The second fight, Duran
he knocked him down the first round.
Yeah, he stops him. And I think he stopped Esteban in the Garden. That's Puerto Rico.
Okay. Well, no, they fought in Panama, the rematch.
Okay, the rematch was in Panama. Where was the third fight?
I think it was in Las Vegas.
Nevada.
Caesars.
Las Vegas.
My bad. Maybe when Esteban beat him. I think Esteban beat him in MSG. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was in MSG the first one.
Reckon I saw that.
Recognize pretends he wasn't there. He was
I wasn't there. I heard about it.
he created a riot. He tried to create a riot the way he did with Bo Galata, but it just didn't ignite
right.
that time.
Yep.
Got nothing to do with me.
Yep. The first fight was in MSG.
Yeah, that's the Square Garden. Yep. Wow, fuck, 72. God damn. Knocked down the first round too. He was knocked down the first round in that one too.
Yeah.
So this guy kind of had his number, but he just couldn't eventually keep up.
Well, I mean, also the heat.
Esteban de Jesus died of AIDS, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. He ended up dying of AIDS.
Who's laughing, man? What the fuck is somebody laughing?
Not me.
That was Rare Breed. That was Rare Breed.
Yeah, Rare Breed.
Rare Breed, come on, man.
I was not laughing.
You're a scumbag, dude.
Yeah, that's terrible.
But I heard Rare Breed say, "I'm Rare Breed and I'm laughing." That's what I heard.
When Roberto Duran found out that he was dying,
class, bro.
Roberto Duran flew to Puerto. I believe Esteban was still in Puerto Rico. He flew over there, and he spent his dying days with him. And he told him, he said, Roberto Duran told him, "Yo, you'll always be my champion. You're the first guy to ever beat me." Like that's the kind of love and respect he had for him.
He also hugged the guy, which took a lot of balls back then, because you don't know if they, back then.
It's hard. He could have walked down the streets of Panama after doing that.
Everybody thought that AIDS was like this thing you can't even touch somebody. Roberto Duran's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna hug this dude, kiss him, everything.
Okay,
he also loved cocaine though, so at that time he's really fucking.
You know, that reminds me of the Magic Johnson documentary I watched, where a lot of the players didn't want to play with him because they thought they might catch it.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. There's a guy too. I forgot his name. Charles something. It wasn't Barkley. It was something. Charles something refused to play to guard him or something. That shit was crazy.
Oakley? Was it Oakley?
There was one dude that didn't give a fuck if he had AIDS, and that was Dennis Rodman. He still used to foul the shit out of Magic Johnson. Hard time.
Dennis was crazy. But also, a lot of dudes thought that, the only way you can get AIDS is if you're gay. So that's what a lot of the dudes were thinking, that maybe Magic Johnson was just gay. So,
that is the only way, though.
Nah, Rodman did.
Yeah, that's the only way you can get
it. Well, Dennis Rodman was bi, so that's probably why he didn't care.
Yeah,
he liked that body.
Hey guys,
I mean, think about it.
Gotta go. I'm falling asleep.
I didn't even know you were.
Yeah, you can't hang anymore, Bucho. You can't hang.
Yeah, well, yeah. You weren't even here. How are you falling asleep? You're working so hard not being here. Then.
Can we get 10 more minutes?
You can stay.
Like our
No 10 minutes. We can't do it. People on YouTube, thank you for joining the show. We'll see you next time. Stay tuned for a video that I'm making. You will see it's about a underrated fighter. So you'll see who it is later on. Good night. Take care.